All right, folks, welcome back to the 2022 Hammer Holiday Doubles E-Squad qualifying, otherwise known as the Echo Squad. Lee brought us up to speed on that a little bit earlier. My name is Mike Flanagan. I'd like to welcome you back into our continuing coverage here from St. Clair Bowl here in Fairview Heights, Illinois. We've got 8 games of qualifying for you, the last 8 games of qualifying. And as we look at the big board and I bring in Dennis Hacker and Lee Boudouris, we are cutting down to the top 46 after all squads, and we have 4 of 5 squads completed, and currently right now the number is plus 381, guys.
I missed on that one, didn't I?
Yeah, we didn't do a very good job.
Talking about this morning's prediction, Dennis thought 388 would be the number. And a lot of scores coming off the morning squad, and I anticipate a lot more off of this one here as we are absolutely loaded with great talents out there on the lanes.
Yep. And their estimation this morning was between 420 and something, but at least bottoming at 420, and that could be very close.
Yeah, just for a frame of reference. So the team of Dwiggins and Snook started the day in 22nd at 393. They're now tied for 40th. 18 teams passed them.
Yeah.
The morning squad is probably a little bit stronger than this one. So let's say 13 teams pass them. They would move to 53rd. And there would be a couple teams left behind them, putting that cash number at potentially 388, 391. You've got a lot of teams. You've got a 394, 2 393s, 2 391s, and a 388 left.
See, and I only missed by 12 spots.
Well, that's the cash number.
That's what I mean.
At the top of the leaderboard, we have Bumgarner and Burns. They sit at plus 655. Thompson and Buttriff and Shepard and Roseberry. Shepard and Roseberry in second at 655. They just came off the last squad. Thompson and Buttriff the same. They are at plus 627, followed by Martel and Garcia, who bowled yesterday. Thompson and Archer also yesterday, last night. And you see the rest of the standings there as we go up and down the board.
I saw the score sheet for Dole and Ogle. Remember, they started 16 over after 2. Are now tied for 7th at 561. They had 3 games of 4-0, and they never had a game over 269.
Wow.
So they had a lot of 510s with 250, 250. Yep. 520s with 250, 260.
Yep.
We didn't have a 300 on that squad, did we?
No.
No, we did not.
We did not. I didn't predict that either.
No, we would have lost that bet.
So
highest scoring squad of the 4 so far by a lot.
by a lot.
And no,
Yeah.
we didn't even see a front 10, front 11 over here. Not to say there couldn't have been one on the low side, but certainly over here, nothing. We are at, for the weekend, so far as we know, 8.
Well, we're underway on our final qualifying squad, Lee.
Here we go. Some notable bowlers on this squad. We have Steven Jarvis and A.J. Johnson. A.J. Rice with his new partner, Gene Perez. Tom Partle and John Bogacki Jr. Apparently we neglected Tom in the chat, so I apologize on your behalf this morning. Chris Corbin and Daniel Dino, they like to, they've made the cut, the final cut, a whole bunch of times.
Who'd we neglect in the chat?
Tom Partle.
He was in the chat and he was talking to us?
He said hi 10 times, according to him. So I apologize on your behalf. Don't worry about it. I got you.
Hey.
Steve, Nathan Rayborn, John Branham, Steve Taylor, Jarrell Morris, Cody Clayton, and Danny Spink. Jerry Mars and Johnny Davis. Eddie Bird, I heard who he is, and Tom Hess. Dan Higgins and Chad Roberts flapping those eagle wings. Mike Kahn and Jody Wussner. Andy Stone and Adam Johnson. Two-time champions Tom Adcock and Jason Queen. Ari Wilson and Zach Wilkins. Farrell Williams, Josh Imhoff. Liz Johnson and Adam Barta, and yes, Pete is in the building. Jordan Horns and George Gohagen. If you haven't seen Jordan Horns bowl before, you're in for a treat. Matt Sanders and Jimmy Cook. Mike Booger and Sammy Taylor. Chaz Brewer and Dallas Baldridge. Cameron Doyle and Packy Hanrahan. John Marsala and Chris Taylor, among many others that we'll introduce you to. Chaz Brewer and Dallas Baldridge were the number last year. They were the last team to cash. They finished on a TV pair last year. They are finishing on a TV pair this year. If it ain't broke.
Folks, this tournament would not be possible without our great sponsor of Hammer. If you're looking for a new bowling ball, bag, shoes, or any accessories, make sure you check out Hammer Bowling Products, as well as the Brunswick family of brands. Also want to thank Matt Schellebarger, his entire staff, for having us out for the event again this year. And I want to thank you guys for being here in the booth with me this year again. It's a thankless job, so thank you guys for being here.
Well, Dennis and I are thanked for our work. We're just thanked by everyone else.
Mike says thankless and then thanks us. So,
absolutely.
Yep. You know, I know we hear it all the time when people do things like this. We always hear, please support our sponsors and whatnot. But I don't think you can say that often enough, and I don't think you can say that strongly enough, Mike. Anybody who is with us right now obviously values our ability to bring this to you remotely. You can't be here, you're in the chat watching, or you're watching on video and you're in the chat talking to us. And it is truly possible because of the sponsor of this tournament. Without that, the prize list looks a whole lot different. The support for the tournament looks a whole lot different, and so it's sometimes empty words for a lot of people, but I would hope that you don't let it be that.
Well said. Also, if you're looking for standings, I just posted it in the chat. It's pinned at the top. And our Twitter account right now is not working. Our Twitter account is down for some reason. I think there's a Twitter outage on certain accounts right now. We cannot tweet.
So would you blame that on Elon?
Well, I text him.
Okay.
Evidently, he's playing golf or something. He's supposed to get back to me a little bit later.
Gotcha.
Mike, if we want to move it over to the other pair, we have a star team, Jordan Horns and George Gohagen.
Lots of questions in the chat right now about watching very specific people. Folks, we have the ability to see lanes 29 through 32, lanes 35 through 38, and on our Channel 2 Fox affiliate on channel lanes 41 through 44. If you'd like to see someone specific and you're in contact with them, find out what lanes they're on, when will they be on those series of pairs, and we might be able to get them for you. But those are the pairs that we can bring to you right now. This bowling center is 50 lanes. It's almost physically impossible to get cameras across the whole place, so we'd love to give you the ability to watch your favorites, and hopefully you'll be able to see them whenever they come down here and see us.
Yeah, we do have the second channel, as we mentioned. I'm going to see if they will give us a The lane assignment.
I'm sorry, Gohagen and Horns are just off camera, but
No need to apologize. You didn't do the lane assignments, Lee.
I did not. I thought they were, but they're one pair off.
Gotcha.
Although if they keep going at the pace they're going for a little while longer, we might have to adjust. Missed once so far.
For those bowlers in front of us who are missing spares, I recommend not doing that at this point.
Or any point.
Any point. Yes. That would be my advice.
And you charge for that advice?
I do not charge for that advice right now. Nope. I am right here and I'm offering it to anybody.
If you want to tip Dennis Hacker for that advice, you can leave a tip in the YouTube chat. If you mark it for Dennis,
Rose City
he might
Robin
actually
says,
get it.
Hush, Lee. It's good to have you back, but hush, Lee. Wants to know when does the tournament open up for entries next year? That's fairly interesting, and this is one of the most unique events, for that. Right, Jerry's taking deposits are full payments right now for next year's squads.
Wow.
There are 5 squads in this tournament. He talks to each squad in the squad meeting about it, and if this tournament is not already sold out by the time the last bowlers leave this building this year, I will be very surprised.
Yeah.
I know that there's enough people on a current waiting list to fill a 6 squad if they wanted to have a 6 squad, if there was time in the day to do so.
If you want to learn more or add your name to said waiting list, the best place to do that, where all the information is posted, will be on Facebook's page for Holiday Doubles Bowling Tournament.
Yes.
Jerry will be posting a current roster with those teams who have placed the deposit for 2023 sometime early in 2023. Bowlers who place that deposit must pay in full or request a refund of their deposit by Halloween.
By Halloween next year?
By Halloween. That deadline will be Halloween going forward indefinitely. If teams do not pay by Halloween, the waiting list will be used to fill in the gaps.
And do they forfeit their deposit by that time?
That's a question for Jerry.
I think we're almost at that point, to be honest with you. If you don't request a refund of your deposit and you haven't paid by that period of time, I think your spot's up for sale because we know we'll sell it.
Yep.
$232 teams.
Yep. So
first time we've seen 49 and 50 in play this tournament so far, and there are people bowling down there right now. So.
Yep. The backstory there, Dennis, is that last year we had 4 squads of 48, and 3 through 50 were used. And Jerry's goal was to get it down to 46 based on bowler feedback that the end pairs were not desirable, which they never are because of the way the center is laid out and the walls being immediately to the sides of the approaches of 1 and 50.
Right.
Jerry was able to get the squad this morning and the 2 squads yesterday down to 46 just based off of teams not returning. Only one team from last year's Saturday afternoon squad of 48 declined to return, putting him at 47. And no one else wanted to move. And since he said if you pay your deposit and pay, your spot is returned, he added one team to make it again 48. His goal would be to have 5 squads of 46 going forward. I don't know any agreement that he may or may not have made with that 48th team saying you're in this year, but you may not be confirmed. I don't know. I don't know who that is.
Well,
but somebody got in.
The change to 46 happened during this year after they took deposits for the teams last year when they added the 5th squad, right?
Right, but
that's why he had to be he had to honor the deposits that were made on this squad. But going forward, I mean, as he gets deposits this year, I would imagine somebody on this squad doesn't pay.
He can
take
he will try
squad down to 46.
He will try to get it down to 46.
Yep.
But if everybody on this squad again pays their deposit and wants to come back, we might be in the same situation.
Yep, I agree.
The other squads will stay at 46. And you are right. The resubscription rate, if you will, from last year to this year is something around 95%. The teams that got in entered via the new squad, which was 8 o'clock yesterday morning.
8 o'clock on Friday, yep.
And about 55 to 60% of those bowlers were new to holiday doubles, which is great to see.
Yep. Question in chat about the advancers round. That will start tonight at 7:30. The top 46 teams from all 5 squads will join us to try to make it to tomorrow.
$17 teams so far, 500 over or more. 38 teams are 400 over or more.
That's a 225 average right there, right? 400 over is 225.
Yep. Normally takes a couple more pins than that each year. Got some really, really solid teams here.
If I was born, they wouldn't call me a solid team. They'd call me a fluffy team now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
On our bonus stream, AJ Rice has the front 7.
Man, Russo and Pate finished at 385. They're not going to make it.
I know. Tell you what, we got some folks. This is only 7th frame of the first game, and we've got some folks yelling at shots out there right now already. It's a little intense already.
So you're saying you want to go camping? It's intense.
I heard you. I heard you. Jerry Mars got on a thong. Oh, it's a loincloth. Never mind.
Did you just ask if Jerry Mars...
Look at him. Look at the back of his shirt. Is it not right? Is that not what that is?
AJ Rice left the 7 pin, of course. Cloud.
Nice job, Lee.
Cloud still working.
I went down to the second channel. Look at Jerry Mars. You can see you could see him off to the right there. What an interesting jersey.
Yeah.
On our other pairs here right in front of us, we have a front 8. That'll be Don Sweet.
Talk to A.J. Johnson for a minute. Cam and Packy are probably going to be pretty tough. They were stringing strikes out on the low end.
Well, never mind.
That could be, that team could make the list of best teams if they don't win.
Sure. Yep. I see Jimmy Cook down on the high end. Who did he bowl with? They made a really deep run.
Matt Sanders?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they're bowling together now, too. Yep. Cook and Sanders. Absolutely right.
That was a unique way to throw at that spare.
I'm actually going to bring you down to those lanes now. Michael Haggett, I had the pleasure of covering him on the PBA 50 Tour this year. He made a stepladder final. Struggling this game, though.
He's ran into trouble only on 37, which is depends on what squad it is.
But he threw 2 strikes on it to start the game out. So he lost that lane in the middle of the game.
Sorry.
You're right.
Brad Brooks here. He helps sponsor the Nightmare Doubles. He's a great dude. I see him there every year, Brooks Agency. Got a question, any big names out there right now? A.J. Johnson, Tom Hess. Those are probably 2 of the most decorated names. Liz Johnson, Adam Barta.
A.J. Rice.
Matt Sanders, PBA champion.
Tom Hess.
I said him.
Eddie Bird. Tom Adcock, Jason Queen.
Yep.
Tom Hess.
Got some really good local teams as well. George Gohagen's out there.
Yep. Horns and Gohagen, 235 for Jordan and 258 for Gohagen. Jordan was very efficient in putting 6 strikes, so you put 5 of them together. 5 strikes, 5 spares, tracking the field shot for 35. So they're at 493 out of the gate.
Is the Sunstorm a reissue? I'm starting to see that around all over the place.
It was a limited, very limited
Reissue?
reissue.
Okay.
To the point where pro shops got a very small number of them. The smaller shops may have gotten 1, maybe 2.
All right.
Hey, we got
Got our
roster
roster
here.
sheet. Very nice. That'll be very helpful. Had a question, what is the projected cut? I'm going to go ahead and throw that out there myself right now. I'm going to tell you what the cut score is going to be. $447 is safe. If you get to 447, you're in.
Orphan Rodriguez.
Yep.
So they're in 32nd. So you're saying 14 teams from this squad will bowl better than that.
I'm saying it could. It's likely. So if you want to know a safe number, 447. You want my legit cut guess? 440.
I'm going to go with 433.
Our chat was really smart this morning when we put out our poll question,
Yep.
which was 440 and above, 421 to 439, 400 to 419, or below 400. And 60% took between 419
Yep.
or 420 and 439.
Yep.
And that's real close to where it's going to land.
And I'm going to put the cash number at 391 because there's already 2 of them. Double my chances.
Paying 58.
Paying 58.
Yeah, I like that 391 number as well.
All right, what we got here for Barta and Johnson?
Yeah, Liz had 208. Barta had 256.
All right. Thank you, Pete, for everything you do for the people of Northern Ohio. And if it's not 391, I'll take 393 because there's 2 of them too.
There's 2 of those as well, yeah.
I would say if I was a betting man, but I am.
$112 over here in front of us.
Yeah, Don Sweet, 289 on the camera pair. Tom Partle in the books for 236. Bo Gackey.
Hi, Tom.
Hi, Tom. John can strike a couple more times for 249. All right.
The most surprising pair that we've seen to team up.
That was the Mark Hood, right?
For me, it was.
Yeah.
I would also include the team that didn't know they were going to bolt together until they bolt together.
It's a good one.
We have people in the chat that are watching the World Cup. Looked like France might have had a goal.
Yeah, the most surprising team in St. Louis doubles bowling did not bowl this year, so. I don't.
We'll bring it into the booth. Mike, Dennis, Lee. I've added a little projected cut number down there. Now, if you want to read that other number, Lee, put your hand where 331 is, or 391 is, down. There you go. Now the people can see it. I don't know if I can put drop shadow on that or not.
Well, you can move the white paper on the table, too, for that matter. So.
Well, that would work, too. But that's too easy, Dennis.
Yeah.
You know that.
There we go.
Yeah, I got it. Because, see, the tablecloth is a perfect backdrop for it. So
It really is.
It blends very nicely with the Santa hat on the inside mowing logo.
Oh, it lets you put a little drop shadow on there if you want. Now it's easier to read. Oh, but that looks gorgeous.
Yes.
So, Lee, you are the keeper of the numbers.
The depth of it is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Lee, if you look straight down at the numbers, it's like looking over the Grand Canyon. Can you show us? You spooked?
Like that?
Yeah. There they are. Oh, looks like we're going to have Eddie Bird and Tom Hess just miss our pair here. Miss our cameras.
I hope that they make it on the screen some other way.
You do?
Yeah. I mean, they should.
Christmas present time?
Oh, there they are.
So happy.
Going into game number 2. Do you guys prefer just a nice smooth graphic change, or do you like this thing?
Like the flippy one.
You like that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like
so
that.
when we go from 1 to 2.
Yep.
Okay.
Chris Taylor and John Marsala in front of us here. John's been here so much this weekend, I thought he had already bowled.
Yeah, like 3 times.
I know.
Yeah. I'm going to go swap out the graphics on the other stream. Stream number 2. Don't forget we got 2 streams, everybody.
Are you going to do the flippy thing down there too? Okay. All
No,
right.
why not?
All right.
It adds flair, Dennis.
Flair.
So in front of us on 35, 6, 7, and 8.
Which they are starting on.
They
so
are
let me
starting.
bring it over there. Here.
So we're looking for so this is a group that would have started on 7, 8, 9, and 10.
So if you want to go down to watch the second pair, is that what you were just talking about, Lee?
Yep.
What's up, man?
Said hi today.
All right, man. Good
How
to
you
see you,
doing?
Cam. Good to see you. I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, you got Higgins and Roberts on the second pair, second channel. Jody Wussner and Mike Kahn. Barta Johnson. Who's Barta Johnson bowling with?
I haven't got that far yet.
Why not?
27. Somebody started on 27.
So they're on 28.
They're crossing with 2 local guys, Eddie Josephson and Jesse Scrivens.
What order are these things in?
What are you talking about?
Or no, they're not. Oh, that's really weird.
These are the lanes.
Ah.
So
Well,
it's
we're-
going to be wherever they are. It's the one right next to
I
them.
was going with the number in front,
Which is a team number, I think.
I guess. Where's lane 48? All right, so the group in front of us on
Well, who are Johnson and Barta bowling with? Let's answer that one first. They're over here somewhere. You just had them.
Mark Stenger and Ryan Driscoll.
Okay, perfect. Now carry on with whatever you got there.
Oh, we were going to introduce the guys on 35, 6, 7, and 8.
Perfect.
Which would be Tyler Meyer and Kenny Phillips Jr., Andy Stone and Adam Johnson, Terrell Morris and Steve Taylor, Chris Taylor and John Marsala. Chris and John have made match play at least a couple times.
Yeah, they have.
They could be in that discussion.
They're both old too now, aren't they?
They are both old.
If they were to make match play again and not win, they might find themselves in that one of the better teams to have not won. considering how long they've bowled together and bowled well. But they could win. John's had a lot of recent success on PBA 50.
He had a tough year this past year, though, if I remember right.
Yeah, he didn't have a great year this year, but the year before he bowled
Yeah.
really well and got a title.
Yeah. He's got the first title in Bill Moore's basement.
He does.
Did you get to go to that, Mike?
I did not. I missed that week. It's actually a really tough week from a streaming perspective because everything's over in the bowling center, and an hour and a half later, the stepladder finals are in a completely different place 30 minutes away. With no automatic scoring for picture-in-picture builds.
Where?
Bill Moore's basement.
Oh, there's automatic scoring.
No.
Yeah. There's everything. They just choose to use the telescores.
Oh, well then that's it.
Yeah, because there's automatic scoring on both walls.
On the walls.
Yeah, on the outside. Well, it's like this, not right up in front of the thing, but there's automatic scoring because you couldn't do it with one camera.
Right.
Probably because they're mounted on the side walls and they're at an angle like this.
Yeah.
But they're great big screens.
Okay.
But there is.
There's non-traditional live streaming point of camera at your scoreboards.
And I think they choose to use
Yeah, they do it with the telescore.
the grease pencils and everything. I mean,
It's very difficult to present on an online broadcast. When you're setting up in 45 minutes.
right. So that brings to mind, I was reading some of the comments this past week about, I guess, wants, if you want to call it that, desires for things like Bowl TV. And while this is as good as we can possibly do when we're coming in and doing a bowling center on a weekend, I think they're looking for something more professional at the bottom of the screen as far as the score is concerned. But that's fine if you've got only one pair in play and that's what you're doing for a show, like you did for the IB Open. But if you're trying to say, okay, you can click on any channel and watch whoever you want, there's no way in the world you're going to have somebody do it sitting there and putting in, score graphics at the bottom of a screen for every single pair that's in the house.
We do on Bowl TV right now, but it's just the thing in the bottom corner. Game 1 of, game 2 of, game
But I
3.
mean, as far as a line score is concerned.
Oh, a line score would be very difficult.
Because they're saying that these are hard to read in a lot of places,
Yeah.
and we all know that. I mean, we
Right,
realize,
yeah.
but this is as good as it can get
Okay,
right now.
yeah, I get you.
Right? And if we were only doing it for one pair, that would be possible. The crowd is building.
Well, it's going to get packed in here.
People are standing single file right now behind us against the wall, but it's going to be deeper than that later. I feel privileged to have a seat, front row seat. I feel like Bob Uecker.
I feel like Bob Uecker would be a fan of our broadcast on the random stuff that we'll spend long periods of time talking about. I used to have the radio subscription where you could listen to all the games.
Uh-huh.
It's just fun if you're working and on a weekday and not much is going on. Just listen to a random baseball game. Bob Uecker would go for hours on like the stuff at the Wisconsin State Fair or whatever. And yet he's probably best known for broadcasting a different team.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody will miss about 8 wide for us. I mean, I don't want him to, but you never know. Here's the pitch. Just a bit outside. Tried the corner and missed.
Steve's looking pretty good. A little flat 10 for Chris there. Not flat Stanley. James in the chat is asking us for scores from the first game.
They're good, but they're not that good.
Yeah,
Like getting them out.
I know.
They'll be a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little early.
As long as Mike's around, he'll snip them and put them up on the screen, and we'll read them out when we can.
All right, folks. And I was looking at the standings this morning, and I'm just kind of setting this up. We've got a guest joining us here in Mike's seat for a little bit, Andrew Anderson. And, we were watching yesterday, especially on this pair right over here, and I think there was the front seven for three bowlers and you.
Yeah, and me.
And you.
That was a common theme, unfortunately, yesterday. Yeah, no, that happened. It did.
We were watching.
It did. Some days you're on the right side of it, where through 8 frames you can shoot 300. And then on the other side, through 8 frames you can shoot 210. And I'm just thankful that I shot 210.
Right.
It was tough for me personally.
I was watching your demeanor yesterday, and the way things ended and the way you left. I'm seeing lots of numbers in here and watching them all day, and I honestly didn't think you guys were as good as you were in the standings, but you're in good shape.
Yeah, we're okay. My partner took a lot of that load off of me. He went 380 over. I only had about 80 over myself, or 90 over.
What made me look at that is I saw your post that you put up on Facebook about 12 hours ago or so, and talked about him, and then I said, well, they must have done okay then.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely bowled incredible. He really did. I mean, he put on an absolute show. I personally just didn't have anything. Some of those days happen. Unfortunately, yesterday happened to be one of them where I did not strike very much. I made a lot of spares, hit the pocket a lot, just didn't strike very much. And then, but he had a 7-bagger every game. I mean, he could have had 300 3 or 4 times. He had the front 6 like 4 times. It was fun to watch. Yep. It was hard to be a part of because I was trying to just give him anything, but I didn't give him much. But, we have another chance at it tonight, hopefully. So we'll see if we can turn it around.
Yeah, you guys, 468 over in a 3-way tie.
Yeah.
With Graham Faw and his partner Jasinski and Mike Wolf and Tony Lambert. You would have came in and say like, hey, I'm tied with Graham Faw's team after qualifying. All right, that's a pretty good spot to be. We'll take our chances.
Yeah, I mean, this tournament's so unique because it's really hard to get 2 people striking at the same time. That's why you don't have too many of the 700s over or 660 overs, because both guys have to be striking a lot at the same exact time. Just hard to make happen. Like, I've been on the other side of it, you know. I've had a couple of years where I've been the leader in the clubhouse. My partner has tagged along, and now this is one of those years where I've tagged along, and hopefully we can change that. But yeah, I mean, I'm okay with where we're at. I'm obviously still mad about how I finished. I just wanted to give him anything, but he got us there. So see what we can do.
Well, sitting on it for 12 hours, what's different in your mind right now? How are you going to do things different today than you did yesterday?
I wish I had an answer. Good thing I have 5 more hours to figure it out.
All right, that's fair. I mean, I understand it.
I felt like I bowled at like a 90 percentile. I physically felt good. Everywhere I looked, people had strings of strikes, and I felt like I hit the pocket plenty. I don't personally 9-pin very much. I had 11 of them in an 8-game block.
Wow.
That was crazy for me. If you guys want some comedy, game 1 of the block yesterday, I'm on that first live stream period on 43 and 44. I have 4 9-pins consecutive on the right lane.
Oh my gosh.
4 in a row. So like you're trying to get off to a hot start.
You're obviously repeating shots well.
You're trying to get off to a hot start. You're making the moves, and you just it just doesn't fall. So yeah, we'll figure it out. I trust my judgment. I'll once I get my shoes back on, I'll figure it out. But as of right now, I'm just going to be a little more mad. I'm going to let that boil up and use some of that anger to hopefully throw some strikes tonight.
So the first 9-pin that you leave is, okay, shrug your shoulders. The second one you're probably laughing at. The third one, I would imagine that's when things boil up a little bit.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, the third, yeah. I mean, I'm actually pretty happy with how I took yesterday. A younger version of myself would have been much more upset and probably lost some score because of it. But, yeah, when I got to the third one, I was like, whoa, like this is weird for me. And then when I left the fourth one, honestly, I just was looking around and saying, am I throwing somebody else's bowling ball? Like, what? Like, well, what's going on here? No, it was. Yeah, it was interesting. And, my partner, what made it even better that he did so well is that, like, when you have strings of strikes going and then I put him in a position where he probably feels like he needs to strike, and him to keep doing it is impressive. So hats off to Andre, and, I'm going to try to do my best to give him some help tonight.
Well, I saw you change his name from Andrew to Andre during the week.
Multiple times, man. Even if you go over to this bracket sheet, they put his name down as Andrew again. And I was like, no, we're actually both changing our name to Andre after that performance. I'm going to put my brackets in tonight. Literally Andre and Andre.
That's awesome.
Who is Andre?
Well, I'm glad you're hanging around, though. I mean, this, like you said, this is a unique tournament. It's a great tournament. We've been sitting here and we get comments in the chat all weekend. When's the entries open for next year? And,
oh yeah.
And where's the flyer and where's all the details and all this kind of stuff? And it's like, we don't need one.
No. This tournament could start on Wednesday night if you really wanted. And just impressive, really, the turnout every year, the level of bowlers that come. And
well, you're too young to remember Super Hoinky.
I am. I've heard plenty of stories,
yep.
but I never competed.
But so that week started out on Tuesday with like 4 2-game sweepers.
Okay.
And those were the cheapest of the sweepers to enter during the week. And then on Wednesdays, it became 3-game sweepers. And Thursday, the main tournament began. But then Thursday evening, there was a sweeper. And Friday, the main tournament continued. And then Friday night was like a giant pot game. It was 3 games, but the high game for the entire house got paid like $5,000 bucks. Oh. Yeah. For the highest game on a tournament.
Do you withdraw after 3 frames if you go like open spare?
I mean, if it's a last game, I guess.
Maybe, but
like
the first
tough.
2 you've got more chances.
That's tough.
But it's 3 games. I mean, you just start over the next game.
Okay, yeah. So each game is its own thing, not
its own.
Totals was not where the money was.
Yeah, and it's $5,000 on top, and then there was a decent amount for second place, and and it was just a huge pot game. And then the tournament continued on Saturday and Sunday till they got, and it started with 768 people. I mean, that was a full tournament. So, but to your point, what you said a few minutes ago, this tournament, this could begin on a Wednesday. This could actually, a Christmas week tournament, if the bowling center wanted to give up its nights and stuff like that, this could actually turn into a holiday week tournament like the Thanksgiving week.
100%. I mean, there was one squad open and it filled in like 6 hours.
Yeah, I'll blink.
I mean, it could fill immediately, and like we're in a 50-lane center. I mean, you could. The good thing about this is this tournament has stood the test of time, right? I mean, like there's been plenty of tournaments that come around, do really well for a couple years, and then boil over, and for different reasons. And this one, just keeps people coming back. And obviously, the St. Louis area helps out a lot. You have pretty much every high-level local bowler in this tournament, and then you have everybody in the Midwest traveling to it. And I think a lot of people just enjoy getting back and seeing each other. This is kind of like a reunion for some people, and there is no shortage in the upstairs bar at some point.
Yeah.
I do believe that somebody on the live stream yesterday was feeling a little goofy. I was listening when I was sitting in my hotel room. I'm not sure which one of you it was.
As all 3 sets of eyes in the booth go in the same direction.
But there was some song singing. I personally enjoyed it.
You like it?
Karaoke is nice.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
You're a little
soft.
but
Okay, a little soft. I can, is it better now?
That is
Yeah.
a little better. Yeah.
A little or a lot better?
a little.
Is it a lot better now? Better? Hey, guys.
Yes, that's good.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so I got to jump in here for just a second, okay? I want to talk about something. I stream a lot of events here on Inside Bowling, and I want to talk about lanes 37 and 38. Specifically, I want to talk about Jarrell Morris for a moment, who goes to St. Ambrose University. I was streaming the event down in Springfield, and Kevin Williams was on the mic with me. And when Kevin and I get together, there's a lot of looseness. It's very Barstool Sports-esque when we're together.
Okay.
Thank you, Lee. Wondering if we should cut over to this 300, and then I can address that.
I don't know what I'm doing on the computer here.
Unofficial inside bowling photographer, and I stress unofficial. Chad Roberts with the front 11.
Yeah, Chad.
He just showed up 8 o'clock yesterday morning taking our pictures.
Chad is
I
just
asked
one of
him-
those guys that
I
makes
asked
you
him if-
smile every time you see
I asked him if it's like a hobby or a second job. No, he's like, I'm bored. I don't bowl for 4 more squats. I
he's just-
figure I keep myself occupied by taking pictures.
He
And
is so funny.
now he's finally out there after watching for a day and a half. On lane 42, trying for the first 300 of the day.
Get him a Christmas present. Get him a Christmas present. Yeah.
Hey, got it.
Nice.
Okay, I need to finish my thought over here about
Yes. Please do.
the Springfield event. So Cam Crow and Jarrell Morris bowled this event together. Both super talented lefties. I've known Cam a long time. I didn't know Jarrell very well at all. And they were getting pretty loud and hyped during the bowling. And it was spaced out quite a bit. And there was a lot of money on the line. And Jarrell was really trying to get Cam fired up, being very vocal, that leadoff player, so to speak. And he was bowling unbelievable. And Kevin Williams kind of was speaking about how there's going to be a lot of trash talk in this squad by these guys. There's going to be a lot of trash talking, and I love it. And I'm like, yeah, I like it in certain times, but not necessarily all the time. Well, needless to say, I really kind of got caught up in the moment with Kevin talking about, the hype more so than the talent. And I actually had a few people reach out to me and felt like, it was a little disrespectful in covering that team that day. And I just went down and talked to Jarrell and asked if we were cool, and he's like, oh, yeah, absolutely. He's like, I listened to it back, and I can kind of see where some of my fans are coming from, and some of my family members and whatnot. So I just wanted to get on the record and set it straight. The kid is unbelievable. I love the way he throws the ball. I have a ton of respect for him. And I think that day when Kevin and I were mixed in the booth together, that we probably weren't our best when it comes to like showcasing talent, but more being a little barstool-esque and commentating about the matches that happened. And unfortunately, when he needed some hits, he actually double fouled in the game.
Oh, no.
It was a really unfortunate situation. It was a really weird way that things unfolded down there, and I really didn't like the way it went down. So I just wanted to publicly, I said to myself, the next time Jarrell is on a stream, I'm gonna speak to it and just kind of set the record straight. So I think everything's cool moving forward, but I just wanted to take a minute and explain that before he got out of here. I wish I'd have got to it a little bit sooner there, but just trying to get this mic to work over here. So anyway, continue on, guys. You guys are sounding great. I just wanted to let people know that I think the world of Jarrell and Cam Crow. I just didn't have that relationship with Jarrell yet to probably be able to be talking that loosely about him online. And listening to it back, I didn't really talk about how great of a talented bowler that he is, which I normally do, but for some reason I didn't that day.
I just want to let you know, Mike, that if I do continue to average 206 in this event tonight, you're more than welcome to bash me.
Okay.
I think it's completely fair.
Yeah. Steve Taylor, 279. Darrell Morris, 238 for 517. Taylor on Marcella with a duplicate out of the gate, 494, 494.
Now, do they get the third?
Yeah, they get a sticker.
Do they?
But
are you going to hand deliver the sticker?
I will draw the sticker.
Okay.
Problem is they're going to 49 and 50.
Oh. A pair that has not been used. Is that good or bad?
I wouldn't want to bowl on it.
Now, do we think the scoring pace is going to be as high as last block?
Last block was outrageous, and there were no 300 games,
Yeah.
which surprises me
But-
a lot.
But remember yesterday, we didn't see any 500s in front of us for most of the day.
Yeah.
517, 494. All right, we'll round up.
514,
514. Higgins and Roberts,
528.
528.
Yeah.
And that's within three
so
pairs.
We saw 500s when you went away. We
Well,
saw you
so-
You went away.
well, you left half of the B squad because you went to take your nap and do whatever to get ready for the evening.
Yep.
And then you were gone in the evening, and this pair turned into something that was good.
So
Toward
it's-
the end of B squad, it was the beginning of B squad when this was still tricky. When Timmy and Shea were on this pair, was whenever this was still a big question mark on how
Yeah.
people were going to attack the pair. So
I was just making a more general
you're
comment.
right.
We
you're
would
right.
we would look down these 7 sets of monitors. We didn't find anything over 450.
Right.
I believe that the more you hit the ball, the more your rev rate is there, the better the low end is for you. I mean, I'm not sure how much you guys talked about it, but 1 through 14 is significantly tighter than the rest of the house. And then
Right.
these last 10 pairs are by far the most hooking. So depending on where you start, it changes your ball selection. I mean, I'll tell you, I looking back on my block, I would have definitely changed my ball choices if I did not bowl on the low end game 2. Game 2, I went down there, I moved 6 right. My ball hooked way less, and then it set me up way differently for games 3 and 4 than it would have if I would have started in the middle of the house and bowled on the hooking pairs for 4 games straight.
So did you bowl 2 games on that end then?
No,
mean,
I went 1, then 1 and the 1 through 14, or 3 through 14. We weren't using 1 and 2, and then back to the hooking pairs.
Okay.
So my highest game, ironically, was on the low end when we went to the tight pairs, and when we went back
Right.
in game 3, my ball hooked so much to start the game that it took me 3 frames to get far enough left, and then I end up shooting 210 anyways.
I've got a theory on Sunday. I'm wondering when we see who actually makes the top 12, if there's a way for us to figure out where they got their pins. Do you think if they got their pins down there to make the top, however?
I believe that it's not affecting the left as much as the right. I mean, there's a reason why you're seeing so many lefties at this tournament. We can be upfront about it. It's good, you know. Like,
Guys, we got a present.
We got a
opening.
present.
Hey now.
yes, nice. Good, how are you, man? What do we got? What do you think it is? Let's make a guess. A doormat?
Oh, I can interview him here.
What do you think it says?
Open it? Yeah. Okay.
Doormat. It is a doormat.
It is a doormat.
Did you pick it on purpose? Did you
I
need a
one.
doormat?
I need a new one. I need a new one at home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thankful. Thankful.
Oh, thankful. Good job, dude.
Thank you.
Hey, if you can get a doorbell to go with it, I believe it's under the tree.
Well, last year I had 298 and 300, so we'll see.
Let's do it.
What'd you shoot so far? 257, 300. Go get him. All right, guys. That's Kyle Mayberry. Kyle Mayberry, 300.
He is talented as well. Not talked about enough. Ohio bowler, bowling a lot of stuff in Ohio and Michigan against him.
Yep.
With him at times, we bowl a team event in January together. Strikes a lot. So not surprised that he's having success earlier.
And 2 300s in that game puts us for the day at 2.
Interesting.
The squad this morning, you saw it, bunch of numbers, and
No
as far as we know, no 300s.
At least nobody came down here with a
That's
present.
because Flanagan wasn't bowling.
Yeah.
I know.
He can shoot 300 all day long. Sometimes it just takes him a game and a half.
Did you
What do
see
you
my
guys
new
think
ball?
about Flanagan and Kim bowling this tournament together?
That's a good idea.
Is she watching, you think?
Probably.
Because personally, Kim, if you're watching, this is me sending out a vote saying that I miss you. I'd like to see you come bowl the event with Mike. I will personally pay half the entry fee to see you guys bowl together
That was
and
an
cheer you
offer.
on.
Who do you think would score higher?
Kim.
She does borrow the second arrow quite well.
We are at the end of game 2. People are
Did you
starting
see
to
my new ball?
transition.
Andrew?
Do I want to see his new ball, guys?
Did you? Yeah, you do.
I do.
Yeah, you do.
What do we got?
Was just drilled Friday.
Okay. Okay. That's fairly unfortunate. You're almost there.
No, but that's how we drilled it, though.
Yeah.
It already had the crack in it prior to drilling.
Now does it, I mean, I'm at a loss for words.
Show the camera.
What do we do with this?
Does it make a sound when it goes down the lane?
Like, you're
I'm sure.
almost there. You might as well finish the job.
I
and
did.
Then,
I bowled like 4 games with it. It still didn't move.
okay, so here's what we do.
I'm
all right?
not. No, I don't want to. Oh, Chad,
Here we go.
Chad Roberts is here.
What do you think it is, Chad? You looked.
I did look and I didn't see it. I think it's a jar of peanuts.
A jar of peanuts.
That's what I got the last time I shot one. It's a mug.
What does it say?
Everything pumpkin. Now I can get my pumpkin spice lattes.
There
know,
you go.
There we go. Good game, dude.
Oh, and
Cough.
hot cocoa.
Hot cocoa.
Awesome.
You're ready.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Amanda.
Would you like to take the
My
bag?
future baby Landon.
There you go.
Thanks, guys. That was great.
Congrats. Do another one. Do another one of those things.
Well, I'm going to the pair where Kyle shot 300, so I figured I'm just going to do that again.
Okay.
There you go.
Love to see it.
See you later. See you later.
See it.
All right. See you later, Chad.
I believe that you take this ball everywhere with you, okay?
Yep.
And you wait for this thing to get right in half. And the next time that you leave a 7-10, this is the ultimate video Fred Flintstone moment.
Yeah, it could just split right in half.
Brilliant.
I mean, if that's what you drilled the ball for, I think you did it right. Other than that, I think you might have wasted $55 if that's what you paid for drilling.
I did a trade out for drilling.
Okay.
I did a promo for them. 20-second promo. They paid me $200 and drilled the ball.
Neville says that Brandon Mooney shot 300 game 1 last
Game
squad.
1 last squad.
He did not get a
Let's see
present?
that. He didn't ever come down here and open it if
No,
he did.
didn't.
He was
So-
probably too busy having the front 10 in game 2 as well.
He did?
No, he had the front 10 like game 6,
Oh,
but
okay.
struck a lot.
Okay.
Mama Gohagen. I did get to watch a little bit of George at the end there. They had 5:20 max score left with like 3 frames to go, I believe. So I'm going to assume that they finished the game off. I don't have an actual score for you, though.
Look at this shirt here on 37. Back to the future.
Yeah.
I like it.
So we're getting some some comments in the chat about the Super Hoinky. I mean, it's always fun to talk about that tournament. She's right about bowling all night. They would let the lanes would be on. I mean, there were people in the bowling center all night. I remember, first of all, it was Western Bowl and it was 68 lanes at that time, if I remember right.
The two-sided? No, that was not two-sided.
No,
that's
it
the
was
one straight across.
all
Expo
straight
is
across,
the
yeah.
two-sided,
And the concourse would be so full, you were hoping that there was no rain outside because when you had to flip ends of the house, you went outside and went down to the other end and came in the door instead of walking on the concourse. The cash in the place, I can't even imagine. Yeah. They had 2 guards at each door that would escort you to your car if you needed help to get your car to make sure you got there safe.
That's nice of them.
Yeah.
What tournament would you rather have? And put you on the spot. Have back high roller or super hoinky?
I never watched the high roller. I never got out there to a live event.
The hoinky still goes around on.
The regular hoinky does. It's the super hoinky that does not. Right. The super hoinky it got to $100,000 first place. And like I said, 768 was a full field. The first 2 rounds were like an eliminator on a pair.
So no re-entry?
No
768
unique entries.
That's impressive.
And basically what would happen is you'd put 6 on a pair to start out and 3 would drop. And then they would reassign lanes for round number 2, and it would be 5 on a lane and the bottom 2 would drop. And then you'd end up with a 256-man bracket at that point.
How many games for those cuts?
One.
Just one?
One game. That was it.
Interesting.
So, and it was like a $995 entry fee.
For your guaranteed one game.
For a guaranteed one game, yes.
So, holiday doubles wise, do you guys think and let's just talk that the Ken Rogers, I did not know it was Kenny or not. Ken Rogers, not talked about enough. Detroit legend, just got inducted into the Detroit Hall of Fame, so hats off to him. Do you guys think the 2 different oiling machines have played a part in this tournament?
I can't see how they didn't.
Yes.
Okay. In a good or bad way?
Well, I don't know. First of all, Lee knows a few things about the oiling machines around here. He was telling us stories about, 3 or 4 weeks ago about parts missing and stuff like that, and they finally got them and everything's been okay. But do they typically use the ion machine on this end of the house all the time, or is it something that they switch back and forth? Do you know?
For a base case, the oil machine that we use on this end is what you would expect to be used for league.
Okay.
And the red machine, which is the low end, would be used by McKendry.
By McKendry. Okay, so that's the one that gets the sport shots in it all the time.
Correct.
All right.
So, I mean, the real reason, to be honest, why 1 through 14 probably play a different part, and I don't know the answer to this actually, so don't quote me on it, but they could have had USBC come in, test the lanes, and the college want the lanes to be a little flatter, the track taken out of the lane for testing purposes when you put sport patterns out.
They did some topography work here certainly within the last 5 years.
Okay.
I think more recent than that.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing that I would say most generic bowlers wouldn't realize is that when you oil a sport pattern on top of sport pattern on top of sport pattern for months and months on end, and not a house pattern, the track will move. Like McKendry bowlers, especially let's say the women practice more than the men or on certain lanes than others, the track will be farther right. And just because there is a track in the lane does not mean that the track will always be there. It can still be impressed and moved. And that's really what it feels like 1 through 14.
Right.
It just feels like they're tighter. It feels like the track is farther right. Like from 30, I started on 41 and 42, just to going down to, I think I bowled on 3 and 4. I think it was like a 9-board difference with the same ball. I mean, in terms of bowling, that's a ton.
So, Andrew, 15 through 24 were oiled by the very same machine that 1 through 14 is oiled by.
Yep.
What were those pairs like versus 1 through 14?
Yeah, 5 to 6 different. They didn't, until you get to about lane 30, I don't think that you see the significant hook difference. 1 through 14 is
Yeah.
just tighter.
All right, so tell them the story about the end of this house. Then, I mean, there's 2 more houses that have been added on to the original.
That's right. So
Right.
so when they first made it the bowling center, it was 132.
Okay, so
33
yeah.
to 40 is an add-on. 41 to 50 is an add-on.
That makes me feel pretty good about my judgment then.
So there's
honest.
so there's really 6 end pairs.
Yes.
Except for the climate conditions that normally affect an end pair, and the fact
Right.
that you don't start in the middle of the house with an oiling machine and
Right.
worry about a burn pair
Oh,
and
we
all
could
that
talk
kind of
about
stuff.
the things
I
that
mean,
factor bowling.
Oh, sure.
Like the hundreds. The fact that they have people able to watch above certain lanes down there and not down here, that will change it.
oh, of course. Yeah, the ceiling height and stuff like that.
Yes,
Yeah.
The open air.
Yeah, and then also another thing we were talking about too, besides the fact there is going to be a section of lanes in front of the desk that get used for open play more than any place else, because
yeah.
that's what happens there. So that whole section is going to be different.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then for the rest of the original house that doesn't get used there, they're different. And then you've got the 2 add-ons, so you've truly
And
5 houses here.
Again,
you think about
and
it.
really
the word to describe this tournament is unique.
Yeah.
and and besides the in front of the counter, which is true of most bowling centers, the pair you see the most like kids parties on is 49 and 50,
Oh yeah.
because
Get him away from the league.
it doesn't bother a 6-year-old kid throwing a 6-pound lime green house ball down the bowling alley that there's a wall there.
Right.
Right. Back to the Future striking 4-bagger.
So
Kenny Rogers,
like
come on.
like on the
Yep.
left
Wow.
side, lane 49 hooks more than every other lane in the south.
Yeah, so we bowled a
And
college.
then 50,
we
you
bowled
gotta-
go
That's
ahead.
your own, and then 50 is its own animal.
Yeah, we bowled a college tournament here. It was the first time I'd ever bowled here back in 2015, I believe. We went to 49 and 50, and my coach actually, through the first, let's say, 9 frames, I had a Dutch game going because I struck on the left lane every time and never on the right. And in the 10th frame, he subbed me out for a left-hander because the right lane played so much different that we needed we needed some sort of finish to get to the cut or whatever the situation may be. But he brought in a lefty because 49 and 50 played so drastically different. It took me 4 frames. I still couldn't figure it out. He brought in a lefty thinking that the best option was a new, fresh outlook on the left side.
On 49 or 50?
On 50.
He brought in a left-hander on 50 with the wall,
With the wall
with
right
the wall
there.
standing there.
Yes.
Holy cow!
It worked out. It did.
Well, so we've got a brand new bowling center that was built primarily as an FEC in Jefferson City, Missouri,
Okay.
and there's potential to use those lanes as part of the team event for our Open Championships in the state. Well, they've got 12 regular lanes that are out in the open all over the place, and then 4 in a boutique.
Okay.
And lane 16 has got a wall built next to it just like that when in an FEC they figure there's no big deal to do that, right?
Yeah.
If we were ever to use those lanes for an Open Championship, we would truly have to find out if there are teams that do not have lefties on them and
Yeah.
put them on that pair.
So
Because
tough.
we couldn't do that to a state championship.
No.
So sorry, guys, we're ignoring you in the chat because we've got a great conversation going on here. Let's see here.
How many games do they bowl tonight? Life with Albert and Allie answer that. 5 games in cashier's round.
Yep.
All
All pins carry over. Yep, all pins carry over, and they carry over to tomorrow, too. So,
37-38. It looked like a pretty good pair so far.
and it really transitioned over the weekend because it surely wasn't at the beginning of yesterday.
We saw Tim Barrett shoot, 188 on it?
Yeah,
And then go to the
his
low
partner,
end.
But his partner, 290 on the
Yeah.
same game.
And then Tim goes to the low end and comes back with a Christmas present.
Dole and Ogle had one of the best finishes to a block you could have had. They started even through 2 games. Both of them had a 160 game, and they got to 560 over.
Yep.
Without shooting 270.
Consistency is key. That's a lot of striking.
259 over and over and over again is just fine.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what there's a couple 260s in there.
Yeah.
One question I did get. So we posted the A, B, C, D combined on Twitter, but Twitter's not working.
Twitter's broken.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a whole staff shortage going on over there.
Mike's got to call into Elon, but I don't
Yeah.
think he didn't took it. He was on the golf course. or
Call
something.
into Elon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm
That's
trying.
quite the number to have in your phone.
Yeah. So I'm trying to send the sheet out by request, but
I don't think
I'm
it's
not getting enough.
I don't think it's a phone number. I think it's a special code through Starlink.
Okay. They're bringing back pagers. They're bringing back pagers. You heard it here. The beauty of this event is that you're seeing straight players and players that hook it both have success. The players that hook it by the end of the block, they're hooking quite a bit. You know, like the EJ Tackett's of the world. Myself, I felt like Nick Pate ran out of room yesterday. They were making a run. He ran out of room. But then you have guys like Daniel Farish. I came in, watched his last game. He was signed like 23. And, you know, this is one of those times where I almost wish that I didn't work on rev rate all those years, you know.
Well, he's been hyping himself up all week for this event. I mean, I've been seeing his comments on Facebook and all the different things, and he was really excited about coming here and doing.
Good for him.
This.
I mean,
So,
he put on a show today. He struck a lot.
Yeah.
It
we
was-
never really got to watch them.
No, I mean, it's weird that there are some teams that just plain don't show up in front of us.
They actually slowed down, really, because they were 400 over through four. I
Yes,
believe.
well, they were 411. I was saying we were commenting on it here in the booth, saying that we hadn't seen anybody on a 250 pace,
And there he is. Hey, how are you, man?
We're talking
Great
about you.
bowling today. What happened between games 4 and 8?
We went, 5 and 6, we came down to 33 and 34, which is a death pair.
Okay.
We hit this end with the 5 and 6, and then we never matched up on 7 and 8.
Gotcha. Okay. How much tighter did they feel down there for you?
4 to 5.
Yeah, 4 to 5 tighter.
4 to 5 boards tighter.
Yep. The irony of people walking by as you're talking about them. I was saying that you guys bowled great. After 4 games, I said, does somebody get to 700, 800 over?
Yeah, we were on pace there.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
game 5 happened, and we never recovered game 6, and then we just couldn't carry down there.
Yeah. It'll happen. Great bowling, though.
Yep.
More games tonight.
we were thinking of the design of the tournament right now is that you're going to bowl 4 games on this end and 4 games on that end.
Right.
And if you've got 4 games in the books, you figure that you probably have at that point 2 and 2, the way the house is across, right?
Yeah.
So for them to be averaging 250 a man and bowling 2 games down here and bowling 2 games down there, it's like you're not hitting one side or the other, you're hitting everything. So
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if I work on it, like every year I tell myself, hey, I got to work on playing straighter for this event. And they just hooked so much to start yesterday. I would, if I was preparing for this event, like I would prepare for a major and I work on certain individual things, for this event I'd be working on playing hard and straight. Hooking the ball is just very inconsistent pair to pair. You go across the house, you see bigger differences. Like him saying it's 5 different down there. How many did I have? I had them 9 to 10. You know, that's the difference between somebody hooking the whole lane and playing straight.
Right. We saw Brandon Biondo have, he's very good at playing straight, but that worked for him.
Yep.
Had a great look.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Clint Harris, go Pistons. Love to hear it. They might win 20 games this year, but I will be watching all 20 of them. So the one thing to be said too is they're not using the red oiler, are they? They're using 2 gray ones.
No, they're using the red oiler down
And
there.
1 through 24.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
And same all weekend.
So,
Same
okay,
same
so they're
oils,
just
same
I
lanes.
get what you're saying.
And
The
that's
same
a-
patterns in the machine. It's just a
Yeah,
different
it's
oiler.
just-
And that's a custodian, though, right?
The red box is a custodian.
Is a custodian.
The
This
gray
is
one is
an
the
ion, I believe.
ion. No, one before the custodian. Is it called an ion?
Might be.
Probably should know that.
I just know it's one's red and one's black. That's good enough for me.
Diesel MC, go Grizz. Yeah, I mean, having John Morant doesn't suck. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a difference. You know, I didn't really see that much of a difference between 24 and 25 though. I saw the difference between lanes 1 and 14, and then the rest of the house.
the rest of
You
the
know,
house.
like-
Okay, gotcha.
Like the oiling machines is not a factor to me at all. And one thing to be said too is like certain types of hits play better in certain houses. You know, I am not a guy that trips a lot of 4s at all, and my ball wanted to go high a lot. So therefore, I left a lot of the 4 pins or 9 pins.
Right.
Where I wish I threw it a little harder. I went for more of the splasher hits.
Yeah.
It would have probably worked out a little better.
We had good success on the lower end playing light, which is how this house used to always play the way it, 5-10 years ago. All right, at your break point, just get it to 5.
Right.
And it always carried. And if you hit 8, all right, you're leaving a corner and maybe some friends with it.
Let me interrupt you for a second here, Lee. I don't want to take any attention away from what we've got going on right here in front of us on 37 and 8. Look at these scoreboards.
A lot of strikes.
Lots of strikes. I mean, we're game 3 of 8 right now. This is a really good start for these two teams to have to post this number up on their score sheets, for sure.
Do you see the common theme here in those two guys that just do? Oh, he did leave a 7. They're sliding right at 25 still in game 3.
Yeah. This is Sammy Taylor, Erwin Johnson. I'll figure out where they started at here. So they're crossing with Garrett Cook and John Adams. The other next door we have Sid Bluford, Ken Rogers, Julian Brown, David Cole.
Do you feel like you black clouded anybody?
You know what? I don't feel so. As a matter of fact, yesterday I challenged them in the booth and I said, I don't think I'm the black cloud that the rest of them are. I specifically talked about a guy with the front 9 and he got all 3 in the 10th, but I wouldn't let them say a word.
Would you mind if I had the front 3 tonight? If you could,
I don't mind at all.
If you could just start hyping
that up. I don't mind. I can do that for you. I don't think I did.
Andrew Anderson, front 1, possible double.
Possible double. A fun fact about yesterday, I had 0 strikes in the first frame into Game 7. In Game 7, I started with the front 4. The first 3 were all Brooklyns.
Wow.
The GOAT, Dupree Dickey.
He bowled fantastic today in front of us.
If you guys want some comedy on social media, he's the guy you follow. He has a lot of, he's a LeBron James fan, but he lives in the Golden State Warriors area. Oh, it is hilarious.
We were introduced to him years ago as the king of Oakland County, and
he's the king of wherever he is.
Wherever he is.
As of right now, where are we at? O'Fallon?
O'Fallon.
He is the king.
Well, Fairview Heights. Right?
It's real. If the line is
the
line between Fairview and O'Fallon like juts out a couple times.
Okay.
All
So
right.
it's really the same thing. The only difference
Nice
to
shot
people
there.
that live here is tax rates at school district. But
right.
Good shot there.
And I always
938.
get confused because before I remember it's Fairview Heights or whatever, I always say St. Clair, and it's not St. Clair at all. But
it's St. Clair County.
It's St. Clair County. Got it. Okay.
Is Brandon Novak bowling? Did he bowl?
Wasn't that this morning? And we were
I think
looking
he
for his name.
Yeah, he bowled this morning.
Did he bowl this morning though?
Let's look.
Oh, the messenger on the 10. Lane 37, finishing in this game off. He has 258 max, starting with 217.
He was supposed to be bowling this morning.
Back to the future. Weren't we arguing about that, whether he actually made it or not?
So, with Irvin Johnson, does anybody know the dates on why those matter? Did he have kids?
So
it's got times on
November
it too, I'll bet you.
16th,
Well,
August 14th, and October 23rd.
Well, at the bottom it says destination time, present time, and future time. Just like in the movie,
yeah.
but those are not the dates from the movie. It's 19, 20, and 21.
We got to ask him.
I'm sure they have a significance to him.
I'm sure they do. But with times.
That's a great idea, though.
Yeah.
We can ask. We have the power to.
Very nice finish on that game.
To find out such things.
279 max. Adams.
238 for Garrett Cook in the books.
Dennis, I'm going to be texting you in frame 1, okay? If I throw a strike, I'm going to text you and let you know.
There's a test
By all
shot.
means.
I'm I'm gonna find out.
I'm
Be right back.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll be here the whole time, so yeah. I'd like to see you guys make a run.
What do you think the reasoning is? I'm going to go with kids.
What do I think the reasoning is? Oh, for him? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, especially with the times on the end. And they're all right. I mean, if you're going to start a family, you're going to do that. What? What's the story?
I'll let him explain it.
Okay.
I'm wrong.
All right.
I'm wrong.
Okay.
Oh, great shot, Sam.
So we have met date, engaged date, wedding date.
Oh, okay.
Good for him.
But there's times. He actually knew the times? Wow.
Big game there. You're talking about 500s. Here we go.
512.
We
Or
got a-
515.
they got a chance
517.
515.
Yeah.
17?
517.
517 with 10 more. Sammy Taylor's got a no-tap front 10.
Had a few of those.
Problem is, it's going to count for
I
206.
feel you, Sammy. It's a tough spot to be. And you get so excited about the double in that middle of the game, you know? You're like, yes, this is it. This is where we finish a game off 9-9-9-9-9. Okay.
All right,
great
there's
game.
9.
Great
516 for Cook and
We
Adams.
did that for the mystery score.
John's a local bowler. Garrett, I don't know. He could be.
I've been waiting for this tournament to have one of the local league bowler teams come out and just have a session, you know?
Yeah, let's look at the local gang here in the top.
So
The top St. Louis teams.
Shea and
Bluford
Tim.
and Map Cunningham 9th. Barrett
The two
Bittenbender
ladies.
10th.
this morning.
Stubblefield lives here. Ronnie Fujita does not. Cleveland and Lay 23rd. Orf, is Jorge Rodriguez from here? I have no idea.
I don't either.
Andrew certainly is.
But if his name is Jorge, probably not. If his name is George, it's possible.
that's horrible. I don't even know how to take that, Dennis.
We were talking about it yesterday all day. So.
Yeah.
And we could get away with saying things
You
here.
can
We
get
can't.
it. I'm not on
we
board.
can't.
You got that
Yeah,
one.
we can.
That's
we
all
can.
you guys.
Can we flip the screen?
Sure. What
Dennis?
would you like to do it?
Where would you like to go?
Back to 29 through 32. We've got some bowling over there.
There we go.
I'm not used to doing
We
this.
like bowling.
Yeah.
You like bowling?
Yeah.
Doug Hymos on 31. He's got a 3-bagger. No, he doesn't.
Tom Adcott's got some grayer hair than I remember him having. I haven't seen him for a year and a half. So.
Massive messenger.
Other local teams, Jason Timmerman and Craig Lamond in 33rd. Jason's local. Craig's
there's
from
quite a bit of
Craig's
teams.
from Southern Indiana.
There's a lot.
In there.
Yeah.
And then down tied for 40th, Wiggins and Snook.
What's the
And
sleeper
that's
team?
really about it.
What's the sleeper team?
As in on this squad to make
Just
it, or is
overall,
somebody?
What we got so far, you guys look at a team and you're like, okay, that's maybe interesting and or surprising, but they're making a huge run at it. So you only have the ABC.
Yeah. I don't have.
That's everything all together
Okay.
except for this squad.
Yeah. Nothing on this squad.
So Sallow, Becke, and Butts, where are they from? Do we know?
I don't know.
No.
I don't know.
Huh.
You see what he was doing all day?
Yeah. I mean, you play your own game.
I know.
You know? Yes, sir. Yeah. Mike Flanagan would like to do some producing.
Why don't you sit down here, give him that headset, and you sit down here for a minute?
That's okay. I'm going to step out and let you guys do your thing.
Okay.
I just want to hang out for a little bit.
Well, I was going to go to the restroom, so
Well, okay.
why don't we do that? I'm going to do this.
No, I don't need a headset.
You don't need a headset? All right. We'll do this. You're all right still?
I'm all right.
Dennis will be back shortly. Mike is in the booth with his headset on and looking like he's doing work. He's doing a good job at it. At the looking like he's doing work part. The work part, that's a different discussion, Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, whether he's doing it or not is the interesting one.
I'd like to thank all 853 viewers on the main channel, plus more.
Yeah, no, I was just coming in here because I thought we might have scores and I could pop them up on the screen when you guys talk about them. And I got to build all the graphics for tonight yet. And yeah, so I was just gonna sit here and do a little bit of work and
When
listen
you
to you
have
guys.
10 minutes of free time,
Yeah.
would you mind producing your T-shirts for next year that you and Kim are gonna bowl in?
Oh yeah, yeah, no problem. And by the way, that's a great setup here as we.
It's called a segue, Andrew. Very, very well done.
We have a sale.
We have a sale over at InsideBowling.com. You can use holiday as the code. You can save 20% site-wide. If you order this weekend, you will get them before Christmas. Now, a good producer would have taken this off the screen and then done the sale and then had this queued up ready to go for when we come back. But I didn't do that. Wasn't a great job, but now I can bring it back in. We're still in game 3.
For another minute.
I gotta delete these games. These are no good anymore. Dennis is back.
Keep it.
Off camera is Ron Yoshida. I'm disappointed he doesn't already have his Cardinals Wilson Contreras bowling jersey theme
Who's this?
ready on 34. He's always got some St. Louis Cardinals jerseys that are excellent.
He must be upset with the team.
Well, it's possible.
Yeah,
He
I
could
can,
be. So,
I can imagine.
Thirty, 37 and 8 for game 4. Cook and Sanders with Imhoff and Farrell Williams.
So
we had a lot of strikes here.
A lot of strikes. This pair's behaving very well this set, so.
Mike,
We'll
I
get
hear
there
there
in a
is
little
I hear there is a Cardinal rant that I need to listen to. Is it archived somewhere? No? That's too bad.
That's too bad.
I would have liked to listen to that.
All right, starting game 4. That's a subtle hint.
That's a subtle hint.
Now it's not so subtle.
Mike's on top of it.
And are you ready, Andrew?
I'm ready.
And are you really ready?
What am I ready for?
The screen's going to do tricks.
Well, it's
Okay.
not yet because he's not even close to where he needs to be for that.
Well,
Now he is, but
there we go. Look at that.
That's nice.
Look at that. Game 4 of 8. 2022 Hammer Holiday Doubles. Lee Boudouris, Dennis Hacker, special guest Andrew Anderson. And audio only, the way we like him, Mike Flanagan.
The way we like them. Mike, I like you either way. Whoa.
aren't we all audio only?
Hey, Lee, I'm going to teach you something real quick.
All right.
When you introduce a guest that's got professional titles or is a Hall of Famer in any county, city, state, you always kind of pull out an accolade and you wow the guest by being prepared.
I was a Holly High School Hall of Famer.
So
Say that a couple times fast.
So a couple things that you could have done there, Lee. I'm just helping you out on air, for next year. Is, you say, I'm Lee Boudouris. We're joined by an audioless Mike Flanagan. That's the way we like it. That's beautiful. You know, a little inside humor. That's perfect. That's how we run things around here. You did beautiful there. But when you introduce your guests like Andrew Anderson, you got a few things you could choose from. The 2018 USBC Masters champion. Okay.
Good one.
The 2018 PBA Player of the Year, Andrew Anderson, joins us now.
You're making me uncomfortable.
Okay.
I don't like to make my guests uncomfortable.
Or now, as we just learned, Holly High School
Hall of Fame.
Hall of Famer Andrew Anderson. And then throughout a broadcast, you can introduce him 3 separate times and rattle off 3 different distinct stats or accolades that the gentleman has had. And you look like a genius, like you are well prepared. And then people, when you do that, people will start to send in
Am I missing
things.
something?
People will start to send in comments like this about you.
Typical male.
That's who it was in the chat. So
Yeah.
Was that you,
screenshotted
Lee?
it.
No, it's Pete Barta.
Are you sure?
No, but that's who I'm giving credit to.
right.
Now, if you guys give me just a moment, I'm going to prepare something
This
that was
is like
that was
Kevin
posted
Durant
about
making
me.
his own
Okay.
like Twitter followers. Did you post that, Lee?
No, I didn't.
You swear.
I swear.
Mike, what do you think? Typical male.
I only say Pete because it's been a really long time
Okay.
since I've seen him. And we're tight.
Yeah.
Pete is a proud supporter of the work we do here, whereas Adam just wants to fire me every 30 seconds.
You think so?
I know so.
I don't feel that energy. Maybe.
But Pete loves us.
I love anybody that is willing to live stream bowling. We need it. Bowling's got to have it. You guys do a great job of it.
So
Do we have a score update?
we have not seen one.
Okay.
At least I haven't. I don't know.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Did we just figure out who it was?
No, but we've got something else coming here.
I want to watch Zach Wilkins bowl on 30. Andrew, you know Zach, right?
Yep. He's curving him.
It's game 4, and he's already nestled up against the ball return.
During the last block, I told you guys I was crushing it during the last block on the air.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, I sure was. And this was posted on Facebook during that block.
I did see that. You know, let's talk about 2 facts about it, okay? There may be some truth there. Now, I am friends with Nick Brown on Facebook, so I do know it's true. But hypothetically, there was only 4 likes. So you were either searching for your own name.
No, you see the blue there? That means I was tagged. So I got a notification that said, hey, you've been tagged. So I wasn't searching for my name.
The first thing that you decided to do was like, whoa, guys, I got to get a picture of this and share it.
No, I just did it right now.
You just did it right now. That's what I saw him
So
come out over here.
so in 3 hours,
Because I
there are
learned,
4 people who agree with that comment.
well, he only has 5 friends.
No.
Yeah, Nick?
No.
Yeah, he's only
Me-
got, I looked. He only has 5
Me,
friends.
you,
And you're the
that's
only
2.
one that didn't like it.
Yeah, exactly.
Another 4 did.
Can we redo that? Can I go like it real quick? I want to make sure you get up to 5.
Yeah, so I didn't even like it.
You just shared it. Okay, so Sanders and Jimmy Cook, both good at this event every year. I expect them to make another run. Now, the one thing about this exact house shot is that generally speaking, when you bowl on house shots, the farther right you throw it, the faster it hooks. Now, you can actually miss the head pin to the right on this. I know it was on video, but Jimmy Cook did leave the 1-2-4-8, and it is doable. And we just watched, as I'm talking about, R.A. Wilson missed the head pin to the right. It is doable on this pattern.
I saw Zach Tackett do it, but it was in like game 3 of his squad yesterday, and he was already loft on the left gutter, so he kind of pushed it past the head pin a little bit there.
I haven't seen Sanders smile at a strike in a little bit.
That's what you looked like out there yesterday.
I didn't strike enough.
I mean,
At least he started with a double.
yeah.
I haven't seen Sanders smile since we were in Dallas.
I have no comment. I might have to leave the booth. We don't talk about Dallas. We don't.
I think we just did.
I don't. Let's change topic real quick. This is a nice looking shot. Brooklyn, come on. Okay.
Oh, there
we
it
got
goes.
it. Think that was perfect timing. Get him off of that. Very nice.
What do you think of his loincloth? Did you
What?
see it?
No, what?
Watch on his shirt, Jerry. Watch Jerry's shirt whenever he comes
I
back
get
up
scared every time Flanagan grabs his microphone.
Andrew, on the Sport of Bowling show last week,
Yeah.
when we first had our little introduction there on the air,
Yeah.
were you thinking about Dallas for just a second?
The
on
entire
that?
time.
Yeah, me too.
He introduces us as like it's something like we work together, we're friends. I said, at this point in life, Mike, I think we've got to be more than friends due to recent activity together in life. Yeah. We're going to leave it at that. No questions, please, in the chat. And on that note, I would like to thank you guys for letting me join you. And I'm going to walk around and watch a little bit and see what the number might get to.
Hang on before you leave. I just
Okay.
would like to thank Andrew Anderson, gold medalist in trios at the
Oh my
World
God.
Bowling Championships in 2018 in Hong Kong,
Thank you.
as well as a gold medalist in the IBF Super World Championships 2021 trios in Dubai.
Thank you.
You're a little over the top there. It's got to be a one-sentence thing.
How,
Five-time gold medalist for Team USA, Andrew Anderson. Thanks for joining us. That's how you do that, okay? You don't need to, read the whole paragraph.
Bob and Apples asked in the chat, how about some standings? We do not have standings yet, and that is why we are trying to
keep you entertained other
keep
ways.
you entertained otherwise. All right, guys. Enjoy the stream. I look forward to hopefully throwing some strikes on it tonight. I'll see you guys later.
Text me if you get the first one.
Certainly will.
All right.
his Wikipedia page needs to be updated, but it says he has more PBA National Tour titles than Regional Tour titles as of 2 years ago. Don't know if that's still true or not.
I don't know.
At least I'm getting a signal now so I can look up fun facts about our future guests.
Did you upgrade your cell service?
No.
We're getting some requests for 35 through 38, Mike, if you get a chance to switch over to that pair for a little bit.
Yeah, 30 or 35 through 38 would include Joel Ray and Tyler Slaubaugh, Nate Rice and Josh Stroop, Farrell Williams and Josh Imhoff with Matt Sanders and Jimmy Cook. So you can see here we skipped one, but thankfully the one that's skipped on our sheet are two people we know.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, it would have been tough.
Considering some of the games that we've seen in front of us here, it's going to be, you've got after two.
After two, tie for first. Three of these four guys are local. Tom Partle and John Bogacki at plus 201. Steve Jarvis and A.J. Johnson plus 201. Horns and Gohagen 195. Marsala and Taylor, both St. Louisans, 188. Taylor and Morris 180. Haggett and Mayberry 175. Taylor and Thomas, I wonder if he put those in order on purpose. 171. Higgins and Roberts 162 with the help of a 300. Yoshida and McGraw 148. Baker and Sweet 145, followed immediately by Gene Perez and AJ Rice at 144. Then 30 pin gap after that.
Notables: Adam Adam Barta and Liz Johnson in 16th at plus 105. Did I skip anybody in there?
Where are Hess and Bird?
So 33 and 34 are being pretty much verbally abused by a lot of players, and Faro just ran over the rack for that 7-pin. Let's play that one more time. Watch Faro's 7-pin here.
He's not happy with that. It's a good question.
So 33 and 34, Daniel Farish and his partner, they caught that pair and bowled sub 400 on the last set, and they were cruising along. Bird and Hess went there, and Bird had 170 or 160, and Hess had 190 and bowled a really good game. And the other guys on the pair were Cameron Doyle and Packy Hanrahan, and they bowled sub 400. So the word on the street is 33 and 34 is just really, really bad. Worst pair in the house is what a lot of guys are saying. And Eddie and Tom then went down to 45 and 46, and Hess was working on 279 going into the 10th frame, and Eddie Bird was going to probably bowl somewhere in the 240s. So they just had a really bad game too, so that's why they're so far down the standings.
Gotcha.
33 and 34, as we talked about earlier, one of those other end pairs that doesn't look like one. I'm going to get up and walk around for a little bit.
All right.
All right. Another guest here in the booth. I think we're friends now. Corky's Chisholm joins us here in the booth from the Nightmare Doubles tournament that we've streamed the last 3 years here on Inside Bowling, and bowls this event and loves this event. What's up, man?
Hey, nothing much, man. Just, here enjoying the festivities. I really love and enjoy this event. So, I'm gonna continue supporting it, and it's an amazing event to bowl every year. So I really enjoy coming down and seeing all the bowlers, and their turnout is just absolutely amazing. So it's just here looking around, watching. I was predicting the cut to be below 400, but these past two squads have ballooned that quite a bit. So I think the cut may be right at about 410, maybe.
Now, do you two know each other?
I do not.
Do not.
All right. You guys are cut from the same cloth. You guys both love bowling. You guys both are very meticulous about how you do things. Dennis Hacker, meet Corky's Chisholm.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Dennis currently right now is vice president at the USBC National.
That's correct.
That's good. It's definitely nice to meet you. Did not know that. Now I see I'm definitely in here with the big wigs now.
Yeah, right here. So you just met him right there. Yeah. So
That's
you
great.
ever
That's
need
great.
anything USBC
Oh,
related?
that's right. That's
Dennis
awesome.
is gonna take care of it.
You know
for
what?
ya.
I definitely do need something.
I
I was looking at
Honor
the
score
USBC.
rings.
No, I got a bigger axe than that. I'm thinking on a bigger level. I was looking at the USBC website, and I saw that you could actually sign up for TNBA Nationals on the USBC website. Can I get one of my bigger tournaments on that?
So I don't know the nuts and bolts of that. That would be association services at bowl.com for an email address, and you're talking to Mike Larson's group at that point.
Okay.
And that would be the place to start if you would like to get something like that done.
Sounds like a plan.
TNBA is a very good partner of ours. Actually, one of the representatives from TNBA, Cornell Jackson, is on our board. They have a seat on the national board from TNBA. And I just got notified, I am now a member of TNBA. We value our membership with TNBA enough that I think our entire board now has joined TNBA.
That's great. That's great.
Nationally.
That's great. I really enjoy seeing things like that. Us opening up everything in the sport of bowling to pretty much everything. Every aspect of the bowling thing. So I really do enjoy seeing things like that. I know I was looking on your website because I'm always on the USBC website looking over rules,
Right.
looking over tournament things, certifying tournaments and things like that because I run a tournament every month. So it's like me doing that. I have to really be current with the current USBC rules and everything. So it's really good. It's really good. I really enjoy what the USBC is doing. I know that they're doing their best to continue to bring the sport forward, and I enjoy it. I enjoy it.
Now, Dennis is a volunteer. It's a volunteer position.
Correct.
So he's not on the payroll, so I don't know how much he can really get done for us here. But he is heavily involved in the board meetings, and actually can probably get more done than even someone on the payroll.
Well, I mean, and this is a good opportunity for me to kind of help you and anybody who might be in the chat understand what the role of our board is.
Yes, please do.
You've heard of the 30,000-foot view before.
Yeah.
In a lot of different things, and that's kind of what the role of the board is. For instance, I get a lot of emails, as you can imagine. My email address is posted on the website, and so when someone has a problem in a league, there's an awful lot of times when they will send something into rules, but they will send an email to every member of the board thinking that each one of us could possibly do something to help them solve their problem in their league, and that's not our role by any means. We have a 30,000-foot view of everything. Our job is to, number one, make sure that the organization survives financially and continues to operate in the best interests of the organization, and so that's one thing. As far as things like that, my biggest ability is to guide you in the right direction, to talk to the folks whose job to do this every single day is what you're talking about. As a volunteer, I've got I got two jobs at home, basically. And so I'm there when they need me to be there, but it's not something that consumes every minute of every day, as you'd expect it would if I were to do things like that. So.
Yeah, I completely understand that, and you know, that gives the viewers and everyone in the chat, you know, definitely a different perspective of exactly what the USBC does, because I know there's a lot of questions and a lot of concerns about the USBC, but hey, you guys have a job. You guys are doing a very good job at what you guys are doing, so I really do enjoy seeing you guys continue moving the sport forward, and it's a lot of clarity to what you just said to actually help the leagues and the presidents of the associations around when they do have problems. They know where they need to go. They know what they have to decide on, and then they can get the USBC involved further than that. You know, so that's definitely great info.
I'm pretty proud of our staff too. I mean, we've got a great staff, very professional, very caring, and almost in all the positions that people are in down there. The folks that interface with our members do a very, very good job doing that. And as long as that continues, then you know I'm doing my job on making sure they stay in place, and that's kind of the overview. So I love the idea, and if there's not a way to do what you're asking, obviously our staff will probably give you a suggestion of here's an alternative. Here's something else you might be able to do instead that you might not have thought about.
Yeah, of course, because you know when you're ever starting a tournament, you're pulling up something from scratch, getting the notoriety like being on the USBC website to where people can sign up, and you know everyone has legitimacy issues. Like I've been running tournaments for the past 4 years, and we got into it because it was something that we just wanted to do and wanted to bring the state of Arkansas more into the limelight as far as bowling. So we got into it as we started growing our pro shops, and after getting into tournaments and everything and how much we've grown since then, we wanted to bring something big to the state of Arkansas, so we created a tournament. And I just thought when I was looking on the USBC website about to get the tournament sanctioned and everything, I just thought it would be a great way to, you know, pretty much promote it, you know, pretty much give back to the USBC and things like that. So it was just an idea in which I had, you know, because of course if this doesn't happen, then I'm just going to build a website and everything so people can sign up on there. But it was just, hey, let me see if we could actually, you know, build this in to where people will know that it is 100% legit, you know, because there's a lot of people out here with a lot of tournament directors and everything that you just sometimes you can't trust, and I just don't want to be one of those guys. I want to be one of those guys that are known
Absolutely.
for running amazing events, you know, things that are just completely on the up and up. That's the reason why everything which I do is it's pretty much everything is transparent, and the more transparent you are with your bowlers, the more willingness they have to actually support your events and anything in what you do. So
Absolutely.
that's exactly the way that we do our pro shops. You know, we've grown from one pro shop in 2018 to now we have 5 all over the state of Arkansas.
That's
so
awesome.
It's just amazing, and you know we always get mic'd down for our event, and it's just great.
Where are you primarily located?
So I am the general manager over our Bowl 101 in Hot Springs, Arkansas,
Okay.
at Central Lanes. So and then we have a couple other locations. We have our flagship in Maumelle, Arkansas, and then we have the one in Cabot at All Fan Bowling Center. We just opened one about 3 or 4 months ago. Who Josh Imoff, who's right here in front of us bowling on the live pair. He's bowling with Pharaoh. He's the general manager over that pro shop. It's called Liberty Lanes. They're redoing that entire center. And then we have another one in Batesville, Arkansas, that one of our guys, Glenn Brown Jr. is the general manager over. So we've been trying to bring the state of Arkansas, you know, give them a little limelight and everything. So it's been pretty fun. We started a thing to where I was just trying to do some promotions, and I started a top 15 list, and it was so hilarious that everybody got all upset about the top 15 list for the state of Arkansas, and I posted it.
Top 15 bowlers?
Top 15 bowlers in the state of Arkansas.
Those are hot. Those are hot.
Those are hot, yeah. So you're looking at the guy that actually started that. Yeah. I posted it for the state of Arkansas, and then I would say probably a day later it goes to Memphis, and then it goes to Arizona, and then St. Louis, and then Chicago.
That's where those came from.
Yeah, that's where they came from. Yeah. And it's funny, you know. It's just really to build some more excitement about bowling and get people more thinking about where they rank and just pretty much pulling people out to actually bowl. Like that's the whole goal. The whole goal is to get people out to support events, to support bowling, to support your bowling centers. Because let's face it, ever since COVID, we've watched a decline of bowling alleys closing, and now the sport is resurging because people don't want to travel. It's so expensive to travel places, so people have been staying closer, and your bowling centers have been doing a little bit better. But if we don't get people to start joining leagues and start going to support events and everything, then where does our sport go? You know, we have to get more involved with the youth, get them more into bowling, and that's where it starts. It starts with our high school, getting high school programs involved and making sure that they learn the fundamentals while they can, and then everything grows from there.
Corkys, where's your cell phone? Could it potentially be having an alarm going off?
Yes.
Because Nate Garcia and Michael Martell were standing behind us and kept talking about a cell phone going off.
Yeah, it was mine.
We found the answer. It was his cell phone. Okay. All right. I didn't hear anything.
I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear it either.
Anyway, so we just solved that problem. It's been driving these guys crazy back here. So now that is out of the way, that's what I've been trying to solve for the last 3 minutes with these guys freaking out about it. Okay. Nightmare doubles. I got a call from this guy and Brian Kennedy, who does an amazing job as well, and Shauna. And then you got TQ involved in the event as well,
yes.
Right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You guys run a great event. So it's not sold out. It hasn't blown up quite like this one yet. But everybody that goes and bowls, Tom Hess told me, he's like, man, I went down to bowl this thing. I didn't know what to think. This thing ran great. Those guys know how to run a tournament. He wants to come back. So make sure that you check out our Inside Bowling. Follow us on Inside Bowling on social media, because we always tweet out and put on Facebook and put on Instagram when the event's coming up and let people know. But we hope a lot of people come and bowl your event next year, the Nightmare Doubles event. We going back to Memphis?
Yes, we are going back to Memphis. We are going to be back at Andy B's again.
Nice.
I have the official dates. I have to clear those official dates with you to make sure you're available, because we're not gonna run this event on a date that you're not able to come.
Oh, look at that.
So
That's kinda
as
nice.
of right now, we're gonna move it up one weekend, and it's gonna be October. We're shooting for October 13th, 14th, and 15th.
I think that'll be fine. Yeah.
We're adding an extra squad, so there's going to be a reentry squad for C squad, and we're going to also add a sweeper on Friday night. So
Okay.
we're gonna do that because we've grown a little bit and more people want to bowl. You know, we had 60 teams last year. Hopefully this upcoming year we have a lot more. So
60 is nothing to shake a stick at.
No.
yeah, it's nothing to shake a stick at,
You
but
shouldn't be checking sticks at things anyways.
No, that's true.
I mean, just-
That's true.
But our ultimate goal is to grow to something like holiday double. So it's just one of those things. I see so many tournaments, and I'm always looking at tournaments and how to grow a tournament and how to make things run more efficiently, how to get the bowlers more interacted and get the public more interacted into the bowling whenever they're running tournaments. And Mike can tell you, like, for us, like, I don't even think he could keep up with our scores, how quick they were coming. So it's like, it's one of those things to where if you can get things second by second instead of minute by minute, why not? So let's let you. I'm trying to get you things as quick as possible and get you updated as soon as possible, because let's face it, in our world today, everybody wants it as quick as possible.
Information, yeah.
Information is as quick as
Yep,
possible
yep.
at the touch of a finger, and why not go to a system that can get you that by one click of a button. With one click of a button, I enter a score, and everyone can automatically see it.
Yep.
And it's very similar to this event. It's bowled on an easy condition, house shot, modified, right?
Yeah, it's modified. It's modified. It's just adds more oil to the overall volume of the pattern. But we want it to be as easy as possible. We
Yeah.
want you to close your eyes and be able to strike.
And
That's
have fun.
and have
a
fun.
good weekend.
Have fun. Have a good weekend. Come out, enjoy. Somewhere you can bring your family to. It's just a nice home, warming environment that you just have fun just being in.
And Dennis, you'll appreciate this. Your background before you're doing what you're doing now. What did you do?
So I was a police officer for 8 years prior to getting over into the bowling thing. I was helping out with the shops, and I was also a police officer at the exact same time. And then it was just I went from being in internal affairs to going back to the streets, and I didn't have that same passion for it at that point in time. And the way our world is today is just I just had to get out of it. And I was fortunate enough that the shops had grown far enough, and when I reached out to Brian, he was like, "Yeah, bro, we were looking for someone to bring on, and why not be someone that's been there since the beginning?" So
That's
it was
awesome.
just amazing. It's just amazing.
I'm gonna just throw this out there for a second. I personally believe you are a younger version of Jerry Anderson. That's what I say. I say you're a younger version of Jerry Anderson. You're trying to build a doubles event that's a feel good, get people together for a weekend, no nonsense, grow it, build it, partner with people that can help you promote it, like me, and then love the bowlers, try to do what's right, and because you run it the right way, it grows every year, and people have a great experience. So
What time of the year is it?
it's in October.
It's in October. Okay.
No, it's called the Nightmare Doubles because it's around Halloween.
Got it.
So that's kind of the little keyword there that kind of gets you into there.
Okay.
And been there 3 times. Thank you.
Wow.
So it's been fun, and I don't go and stream just anybody's tournaments anymore. I get a lot of requests, and that's no offense to the people that I've turned down. But if it's in the back half of the year and I hear the vision and what you want to do, and I knew Brian a little bit from Bowl 101, and once I went and was there one time, I said I'll be back. Now we did have a little difficulty one year, but it had nothing to do with my guys.
Yeah, it was.
And they took my feedback and did a lot about it.
Oh yeah, of course. If we have someone that gives us feedback and it's something that we can't burn any bridges, but
No.
it's one of those things that that you gave me your feedback on what was going on.
Yeah.
I took that feedback to heart because we love having you there. It's great publicity. So it's great publicity, especially when it's positive publicity. So for us, it's like we're gonna make a couple changes. We're gonna see and reach out to some people that actually want it as much as they want it. They want us in there. So we made a change and we were happy to bring you back.
And what's kind of crazy, I think, about working with me, Corquise, and I'd love to get your input on this, is as goofy as I am in the booth and as off the wall and different as I am, unprofessional, some would say. Behind the scenes, when it comes to like needing scores and working with me, I'm kind of tough to deal with sometimes, aren't I?
I would say that from the difference between our first 2 years and this past year of us making changes, our first 2 years, it was literally every five. The very first year was really tough. Like, it's halfway through the first squad and he's coming, where's the scores? And I'm like, just hold on. We're trying to get them to you. And then the second year, we got a little bit better to where we were able to get the scores out probably within the third or fourth frame. We know you got a little bit better. And then this year, so how was it this year, Mike? Let you explain
it.
It
was like the best I've ever seen, and like that was like a commercial for tournamentbowl.com because how do you think I'm feeling right now? We just got handed game number 2 scores.
Yep.
And what's it say on our screen right now?
Yep.
So right now, what do you think's going on in my little engine right now?
And
Yeah,
not only, I
It's
mean,
a
you've already put
volcano.
those up, and you've already put
And
them
I
up.
already put them up
Yeah.
about 20 minutes ago. Yeah. So I know they're doing the best they can, but when new technology comes out, you have to adapt, and I think Jerry's going to work on that.
Definitely. Like I would love to come down, help Jerry out. Give him any type of assistance in which he needs. And that's the thing. It's all about growing the sport. I understand that he's not as techno savvy as a lot of the younger bunch, but it's all one of those things to where if you have that help and you have someone reaching out that actually knows what that becomes highly recommended. Just reach out, just have a conversation. And having a conversation is the first step.
Now,
having a conversation
in
is
the
first
chat
step.
here, though, Carrie says he'll put you next to the game room again.
Is that Carrie Williams? Yeah, that's Carrie Williams. Stop it, Carrie. Don't get me started, please don't. I am looking at the chat. Matt Hill, you asked if I run any handicap tournaments. Yes, I do run handicap tournaments, but they're more local. They're more local for the state, and it's not something on an extremely big level. Although my handicap tournaments average around, I'd say, 90 to about 110 entries. So there'll be something to look forward to.
Not that I would discourage you from running a larger handicap tournaments. I wouldn't at all. But they are way more difficult to run than a scratch tournament on that day. Let's put it that way, because of the verifications and.
So that's one thing in which that's one thing in which I've streamlined. Like I used to do the points of where people come in that day. They have their USB-C cards and all this everything. So I've streamlined that to anyone who signs up. I want them to sign up with their USB-C number, and they're already in my system with a verified average before they bowl.
Okay.
So and everything is sanctioned. I went over to, because we had a little bit of problems with handicaps and people not reporting the right handicap and everything.
Right.
So to clear all that up and people coming in that can average 250 but coming in off of a 170 average, having to clear up those things, by sanctioning everything. And also with sanctioning everything, people, they get credit for whenever they shoot underscores.
Sure.
So it's just it was a great move to sanction everything, and now everything runs even smoother. Like my handicaps tournaments run just as smooth as my scratch tournaments. So yeah, it's a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful thing.
So currently right now, We've got Dan Higgins and Chad Roberts, Mike Kahn, Jody Wessner. We've got right next door here, over here on 29 and 30, it looks like we got A.J. Johnson and Stephen Jarvis, along with Nathan Rayborn and John Branahan.
Looking up in front of us, looks like we have on 39 and 40, we have Bohagan and Horns bowling together with Chris Corbin and Daniel Dino.
Yep.
Where are they sitting right about now?
Well, we can only know after game 2 at this point. So.
I've been watching them pretty much the entire day. They're bowling next to a couple of my friends, so I was down watching them, and they've been bowling well pretty much the entire day. They've been bowling really good the entire day.
I'd be surprised if they weren't. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
so.
definitely. Those guys know how to fill up the score sheet pretty quickly.
This pair in front of us has given up some scores today. Late yesterday as well. Early yesterday it was playing a little tougher. I don't know. I mean, there were some people in the chat this morning that were talking about they thought that the squad averages would go up as the weekend went along simply because of laying the pattern down that many times. It is just a house pattern. I don't know what the effect of stripping and oiling 3 times a day over a weekend is going to do, especially with the amount of play that we've got.
Yeah, that's true, and you know I bowled the C squad, and I actually believe that they're right. Like C squad for us, yes, it got really burned after about game. I'd say 6 and 7. By game 6 is when you really started to see a transition. Game 7, it really became almost like it was like you had to go to the air. At least for me, I had to go to the air. But for
Which
here,
end of the house did you finish on down here?
yes, I finished down on the higher end,
Okay.
which has been hooking a lot more than the
Right.
lower end. So it's like when you look at that, and yes, they are correct about more the pattern getting laying down more, and even though that they do pull up some oil whenever they re-oil, it's just they can't get up everything. So yes, there will be a little bit of more residual oil down, but that's just how it is. Yeah,
Right.
and the sense of actually stripping a lane and then re-oiling, yes, would that make everything completely even across the field? Maybe. But this is a practice in which we've always done, which is just re-oiling before a squad. So it's just this is how it is, and everyone seems to enjoy it. Like, so hey, and that's the reason why the spots for this tournament, especially the last 2 squads, are so coveted.
I haven't seen any comments in the chat, Mike, this year about how this tournament should be a sports shop, like we always get every single year. Remember, how that?
Oh yeah, we have gotten this is ridiculous to watch. Too many strikes.
Yep. And obviously, maybe it's because of the success that people realize now that would be why would you mess with something like that? It just wouldn't make business sense to do that. I mean,
I actually do agree with criticizing and bashing businesses.
do you?
I do agree with it. I agree with it 100%, but that's a very few that I'm on board with. And I'm going to tell you that the one that comes to mind more than anything else. Concerts that don't have enough bathrooms and concessions. I'm going to bash that all day long, all right? But I would never bash the programming and the product because that's amazing. That's why everybody puts up with all the other BS.
Right.
I can assure you, if you come to this event, there's more than enough people to take your order, waitresses walking around. There's 2 different places to go order drinks and food. And I can tell you, I've had to go to the bathroom about 8 times since I've been here, and that one time I had to wait in line. So Everything else doesn't matter. This is a great event.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. That's 100%
But I'm sure
true.
you two guys are like, where in the hell was he going with that
Well,
one?
no, it's fine. So the, I mean, I thought you were going with the Taylor Swift deal with the
Oh, that too.
with the
These-
Ticketmaster, and they couldn't.
You know what? That's what we need to. That's the business we need to get into. Proper ticketing and event running for music festivals and concerts and tours. We would crush that.
In our spare time?
Corkese Enterprises. We'll let
Wow.
him be the front man.
Wow, you're putting me on the spot with that. You
Yep.
know,
That's it.
this is my thing. If I was to get into that field and actually immerse myself, yes, I would probably be one of the best in the business. That's just
I know
how-
you would.
That's just how my feelings on whenever I dive into something, I dive completely into it, and I want to be the best at it.
All right, I'm going to throw something out there right now on the air. We're talking things over with Corkese Chisholm. He runs the Nightmare Doubles. I think we're friends. And Dennis Hacker, I almost think we're friends because we roomed together once. So here's the deal. Here's the deal, everybody. I'm going to throw this out there, okay? There is an event in Las Vegas that I'm very jealous of. It's called Punk Rock Bowling. It's unbelievable. It's a punk rock festival downtown on the old Vegas side, and there's a big bowling tournament attached to it. And it makes a lot of money, more on the music side than the bowling side, okay? But all these people sign up for this thing, okay? Punk Rock Bowling, go check it out. I had an idea, and I shit you not, this is true. And Corkese, it just came to me that you are the man to make this happen with me, all right? I need you to do all the work. I'm going to take all the credit.
Wow.
Okay? All right? And you can keep most of the money, but I do want my cut, okay?
I got you.
Here's the deal.
Let's see. Give me the idea.
Hip-hop bowling. We go and do the exact same thing. You pick the city that you think would be successful, safe venue, and we line up all these hip-hop artists, R&B artists. Who do I want to be? I want maybe Tony Braxton as a headliner one night, if you don't mind. And I want to run this bowling hip-hop tournament because I think it would be more attended than punk rockers. I don't think a bunch of punk rockers bowl, but I think there are a ton of R&B, hip-hop followers that like to bowl, and I would like to be part of the event.
You know, I absolutely 100% love it. I absolutely love it because let's think about the Jimmy Allen PBA event.
Yes.
So let's think about that, and then you have Nelly that pretty much bowls it every year.
Yeah, and he's
you
from St. Louis, by the way.
Yeah, and he's from St. Louis. Hey, Nelly, if you're on here watching this, come down to the bowling center and jump in the booth with us real quick.
Yeah.
Come jump in the booth. Let's get this off the ground right here, right now.
Hip hop bowling, Vegas or wherever.
I literally would say that why not? If we can get Nelly attached, let's have it right here in St. Louis.
You want to have hip hop bowling
Right here in St. Louis. Yes. Right here in
Okay,
St.
hey,
Louis.
you don't
it's
have
the
to,
middle.
You
It's
don't
the
have to
middle.
ask me twice.
It's the middle of the country. Everybody come here, meet here, and let's do it here. Why not?
And then you know who I want for the last night of the festival?
Who?
You got to get this done.
Who is that?
The last night of the festival. Snoop Dogg.
Snoop. Oh, that would be lovely. That would be nice.
I want to introduce Snoop Dogg on stage, okay? And I want him to come out and go la-di-da-di-da.
It's the
Yep.
D-O-double-G.
Yep. Up here with my Mike Flanagan. Yep. Oh my God.
That would literally be absolutely amazing. And I think that something like that, getting something like that off the ground, probably would be a lot easier than some people think. Because let's think about some of the athletes that we really have into it.
Dennis, you just heard him say this is easy.
I heard him.
We just want to make sure that's slid in there.
Yep,
Yeah.
I heard him.
Like, for me, like the bowling side of it, getting everything together with that, 100% easy. No problem whatsoever. Now, it's getting the artist to actually buy into it and getting that part of everything dialed in and situated. I can make a couple phone calls to some people to try to get that down, but that part of it I would have to pretty much outsource to somebody. But that's one of those things that, yes, I think that we could get that going and be absolutely amazing.
Hip hop bowling, man.
Hip hop bowling.
That's it.
Hip hop bowling.
Yep, that's what I want to do. Just like punk rock bowling, but just better.
I see TQ in the chat. Snoop, I'm definitely coming.
Yeah.
Definitely. I really think that that's something that would really, we're at this point to where we're trying to put bowling on the complete national stage. So doing something like that to where you get a national exposure with having a major music festival tied into your bowling, tied into a bowling tournament, that would be absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and that's what punk rock does. I just think hip hop bowling is it. And Mary J. Blige wouldn't be bad to have either, by the way, just throwing that out there.
Most definitely. We have to have an R&B night. Our R&B night has to include Mary J. Blige, Alicia Keys, Usher,
God.
and there's one more that we have to get. We have to get an old school group like Boys to Men or something there.
Okay.
Like that.
Right.
I think that would.
How about like Belle Biv DeVoe or something?
Yeah, definitely.
We go with that.
Definitely. Bev Biv DeVoe would definitely be a great.
Do you think we could get Bone Thugs and Harmony and have Parker Bone walk out when they go bone, 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 bone? Actually, we could get enough bones that every time they say bone in the song, another one gets on stage.
Another one could come
out. How about that?
I think that would be absolutely amazing.
Gosh.
That would be so hilarious. So hilarious.
Oh, my God.
Yep.
So hilarious.
Well, I'm in. You just heard the idea. You start working on it. I think insurance is going to be the biggest issue.
No, I know a guy for that. Brad Brooks. He's down there on lane 42, about to throw a ball right now.
Brad Brooks just got volunteered.
Definitely got volunteered.
He's on stream 2 right now. So
he's on stream 2.
Type into that chat. Brad Brooks, you were volunteered to run the insurance on Hip Hop Bowling.
Definitely run the
in
insurance.
St. Louis.
If he strikes right here, he's definitely doing it, and he's on 5 in a row. Let's go one time for us, Brad.
By the way, I got to do it now though because we got front 9 and front 8. AJ Johnson. And some uniqueness here as well.
And what a game on the left. I mean, we've got 269, 300 possible.
So, AJ Johnson and Steven Jarvis. Huge game out there. And then right next door, we got Nathan Rayborn and John Branaham. Do you know who Nathan is and who John is?
No, I don't.
I don't.
I've seen the Nathan Rayborn name quite a bit on some other bigger events.
The uniqueness of the backup ball and the unique way that he gets through the ball is what's got my attention so much here. But we got 269 left here.
So, I mean, look what that pair's doing. That's just crazy.
Yeah, and that's what pair is that? 29 and 30. Yeah, 29 and 30 was really good yesterday as well.
So there's 260 on top on the left lane and 250 on top on the right lane, and the bottom 2 are perfect.
There's been a combined 4 misses on that pair. Wow.
One of the unique parts of bowling is the fact that the same amount of misses in a game doesn't equal the same score because of the first frame. So
exactly.
So there's the 250.
So this is Nathan Rayborn with the 2-4-6-10. He's been struggling a bit. He had 150 the last game. Throwing the backup ball at it. Oh, nice cover.
Nice, great pickup.
So that was 240? 239? Yeah, he didn't strike him the second ball, the 10th, so it was
250.
255, looks like.
Oh, yeah, right. It was 260
yeah,
out.
255.
Yeah, 260 out if he goes out, so it's 255 because of the
and this is John Branaham and has, AJ Johnson, 4 pins. This is probably the most unique release in the tournament.
Oh yeah, I've watched them bowl before. Yes, definitely unique.
Oh,
Stinger.
Solid 5.
Solid 5.
Yep.
Wonder if anybody's going to raise their hand. Will Chad Roberts raise his hand? Chad's kind of a funny guy.
In this event, I'll take it that nobody raises.
Nobody's
their hand.
raising their hand.
Unless they know him. If they know him, they would raise their hand. Other than that,
If
nobody's
A.J.
raising
Johnson would have left it, would they have all been raising their hand?
their
Probably.
hand. Yeah, because
Steve Taylor just picked a split next door, too.
And by the way, I was randomly told a while ago that Jason Queen picked the 7-10.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Nice.
There's so much action. Now let me ask you guys this. What if this event went on for an entire quarter of the year? And instead of everybody bowling at the same time on the same weekend, it's 4 teams per squad, 1 stream, and I have to stream every ball of every bowler all through qualifying. Do 4 teams at a time per stream, 8 games. And then once they all qualify, then we bring everybody in for a weekend for semifinals and finals. That way every ball and every bowler will get the same due on the stream. Everybody's game would be broken down. Is that overkill?
I think that's a little overkill, just a little bit. But you have to realize a lot of tournaments and everything. When you bring something like this together, a lot of these guys literally come here for the side action.
Mike,
Yeah, that's true.
Mike's a little outrageous sometimes.
Yeah,
just
you
to
know,
let you
Mike.
So you couldn't do it like the Peterson, and you put all your money up, and then they at the end they like, oh well, here's how the brackets worked out and all that later.
So, as a bowler, Mike, if I came to you and be like, hey, give me $600, and then at the end, oh well, this is how the brackets worked out, and I give you $200, how are you gonna feel like that if you can't go back and look at that and question it?
Yeah, sure, okay.
Yeah. So now, personally,
Yeah.
me personally, if I'm running a tournament like that, and that's exactly how it is, and that's been told to people,
Yeah.
and people know that what they're looking into, and if they choose to still get into it, then there's really not they have to live with that outcome. But at the exact same time, you're going to have to be extremely trusting of the person that's running the tournament.
Sure. Partle and Bogacki here. Bogacki has the front 8. Partle just 4-9.
So
They're crossing with Kent Sherfy and Kevin Mason.
Looking in the chat, Jared Thompson said, I'd be rich. You'd be rich. That's funny. That is hilarious, but hey. Nah, I would keep everything on the up and up. I probably would be showing people exactly where everything went.
well,
you know.
as a tournament coordinator and organizer, you also understand too that there's only so many tournaments during the year that bowlers are willing to put up money and wait 5 months to get anything back from it. One of them would be the Open Championships because that's what we've always done.
Yep.
But I will tell you that if you survey your customers, I'm a state association manager. Our state entries are lower than they go down. We're probably perpetuating right now for the diehards, but they're a lot lower than they used to be because, and again, they've got to put their money up 3 months in advance.
Mm-hmm.
They can't just typically walk in and get paid on that day.
Yeah.
And even the month that you might take after the tournament's over to pay them out, that's too long. You know, people want their money right away now.
So that's one of the things in which I've pretty much streamlined as far as the payouts for my tournament. I pay out the exact same day. Normally my payouts will happen within 10 minutes after the squad is over. So about 10 minutes after the squad is over, I'm ready to pay out for the entire tournament. 10 minutes after the last squad, I'm ready to pay out for the entire tournament and also the entire and bracket and side action and everything. The only reason why it takes me that long to pay out is because I'm verifying scores and I'll give people about 5 to 10 minutes to review scores, look over, just in case I have any problems on my end. And that's one thing about the tournament in which I'm trying to get off the ground, the Keys Classic here in Arkansas. Like that's one problem in which a lot of people have had with the the state associations in the state of Arkansas is that the prize funds are so low, and they have to hold on to the money for so long that nobody wants to bowl that. So the only thing in which they really need to do is just raise the entry fee.
Yeah.
So the entry fees for per event for my tournament is only $40. But the lineage and everything, I was able to get the lineage down to about $3.50 a game. So I'm taking $4 for expenses and everything to pay my staff and everything over the weekend, and then everything else goes to the prize fund. So I'm only taking $15 out of the $40 for my expenses, and everything else is going directly to the prize fund. So $25 to the prize fund, and having something like that, actually you're able to pay a lot more than, you see a lot of tournaments like the GTO and the Greater Ozarks, which are amazingly ran tournaments, and they're absolutely great. But when you look at all the money breakdown and everything, a lot of times only $12-13 are going to the prize fund, which makes it a lot harder for you to make a really, really good payout. But they have so many entries that you're not able to look at that. But when it comes to a state association, something like that you're running in your state, you're not gonna get $10,000 bowlers.
Right.
You're not gonna get that. So you have to scale back and look at your projections as if though you're going to get 1,000, maybe 2,000 bowlers. So if you get 1,000 or 2,000 bowlers putting in $25 a piece, your prize funds that you pay out are going to be a lot better.
Yeah,
a lot better.
Yeah.
But a lot of people they haven't gotten to that point to where where you can do that. Hey Mike, how do you change the graphics on this to Game 6?
Are we getting into Game 6?
We're getting started right here. We're finishing Game 5 over
right
here, so we'll take
we're almost
just
there?
a moment here,
Okay.
and then
Here's how you do it, Corky's. You ready?
Yeah.
All right, look at the third layer down.
Okay.
Okay, there's a next one is 6.
Uh-huh.
Click on that. And then up top, there's an arrow that points to the right.
right there.
And that'll send it.
Watch over here.
Yep.
Perfect.
I had it on the smooth transition.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. I love it. But yeah, so that's one thing that I've looked at. Yes, and it always takes, whenever you're verifying things and putting everything in, it takes them a week to develop a prize fund, and then it takes them another week or two to get the checks printed and mailed out and everything. When I think that's an extremely long time. People have to wait for their money and everything. So it's just trying to get everything out as soon and as quickly as possible, especially if you already have the scores verified, you already have everything in. I would say if it shouldn't take more than a week, maybe 2 weeks at the very most.
Go ahead.
If you're going, especially if you have your bank involved in everything, you make a request that you need checks by this time. You let them know ahead of time of what the checks are going to be, how much you have in, and everything. It's just something that should be streamlined to get it done a lot quicker.
Part of fixing that is acknowledging that things changed.
True.
From 25 years ago, from 40 years ago. I mean, it's not the same as it used to be.
Very true.
People were willing to get their entries in by a month ahead deadline, and right now you have to have the ability for them to walk in because they don't know what their schedules are going to be until those days. And as long as there's lanes available, I mean, we let them walk in and bowl on that day. You have to be able to do that. You have to be able to figure out how to take some kind of electronic payment, whether it is a credit card, whether it is Venmo, whether it's Zelle, anything like that. You've got to be able to accommodate your customer so that they can pay you like that.
Yeah, that's one of my things. Like I encourage electronic payment. I'm still trying to set up my electronic payment for my bigger tournament, but for any of my other tournaments, a lot of times if they're either paying in cash the day of, and so I can pay back all that money, that exact same day, or it's spread out to a different time to where people can pay, especially for like nightmare doubles. Like I want people to pay ahead of time, and then I have all that cash with me, that weekend, so I can pay out people in cash. They don't have to run checks and things like that, and it's just a lot quicker. Cash is king.
Hi, Lee.
Hi, Dennis.
Good to have you back.
It's good to be back. watching Adam Barta and Liz Johnson have a nice game on 33 and 4, 39-38. We watched John Bogacki Jr. 279 with a stone 9 in the middle on the front 7 or 8. Got Tom Hess on the live stream.
He told us he was going to be here at Game 6, and he wasn't lying. Nice split pickup on lane 37 there. Packy doesn't have a great look on his face right now.
Standings after Game 4. Baker and Sweet 348. Horns and Gohagen 342. Partle and Bogacki 336. They had a nice Game 3. Jarvis and Johnson 323. They had a nice Game 5 as well. Taylor, Morris, Johnson, and Barta. Marsala, Taylor, Perez, Rice, Taylor, Thomas, Wessner, and Kahn are in a 3-way tie for 10th. Corbin and Dino, Haggett, and Mayberry at a party at 239 over. Doyle and Packy Hanrahan, Dennis. It's 1 pin behind them, 238. So if you took all of those numbers and doubled them and subtracted a little bit, because scores do back up, you're looking at 13 teams in the neighborhood of, call it 450 to 460.
Right.
Yeah.
So Dennis.
Hi.
Hi. Through the combined squads, right? And I guess we could take the viewers through this as well at home. Let's all try to figure this out together. Let's get rid of this. Let's go to this. And let's go to this one. Let's delete this. Let's break away from the action for a second. Actually, yeah, we got to do it like this, right? All right. So here were our standings coming into this squad. Okay. How many teams are 400 over?
38. 38.
Okay. There were 18 teams at 200 or more after 4 games. So if you doubled that, forget all the what normally happens. Let's just take the pace of this. 18 teams are 200 over.
Yeah.
So, and you said right there there's 38, so 28?
38.
38 are 400 over. So we have 8 more spots available over 400, right?
Yes.
And right now we're pacing 18. So give me how many are over 430?
Over 430.
35.
35. Over here, there are 16 that are over that pace. So that still makes us too short. Or we're short 5 spots.
Right.
So we have to increase.
So 440 is 33rd.
440 is 33rd. There are 14 teams over here that are pacing at that or more.
Okay.
Okay. So that is still 1 short.
1 short, so we'll have to change it to 450.
But we're looking right around 440.
Yeah.
I'm thinking 440.
And it could back down a little bit as the lanes get drier on the
Yep.
high end and things happen.
Yep.
Now, here's what I want to do next.
And we always do what Mike wants to do.
Absolutely, because it's my world and everybody's just living in it.
Right.
We are in game number 6, correct?
Yes.
There are our standings right now. Let's look at those again. And then what I want to put on the screen is what I put at the beginning of the block, which is projected cut plus 440. And I think we can all agree right now it's pacing at that.
Right.
We have to now
Yes.
keep an eye on the next few games and see if that number begins to go down or go up or stay pretty close. Now, what we didn't look into was the cash line.
And I think that's going to go away.
That number down below needs to be adjusted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How
Right.
many pins do we need to take it up?
I would say 20.
I agree. That was the number I was thinking. So we are now going to adjust our projected cash number to 411.
Is there? Can you hear me? The combined.
No. Yes.
Thank you, Dennis. So there are no teams. Here's the interesting thing, Mike. No teams from any of the other 4 squads are between 406 and 421.
Okay.
So 411, somebody could easily shoot 411.
So what place is 406 on your combined sheet?
37.
37. And we're cashing 58. And we have 20 teams right now at 200 over. So 37 and 20 puts us at 57, and we're cashing 58.
So if you...
That would be 400. So
got
this
a
411's a little high.
We got a 406 and a 404 on the sheet right now.
I think this 411's a little high.
So it'd be right at around 405, 400 to 405.
I'm just going to put 400.
Yeah, you've got a 406 and a 404 on the sheet. The next number is 394.
So those are our new projections. 440 to make the top 46, 400 as your projected cash.
Yeah, I recall a discussion you and I had, Dennis, the last squad, where we looked, it's like there's 15 teams that are averaging 230, and then 2 games later that number was, what, 10 or 11?
If that. I thought it was like 9.
It might have been lower.
So that's what happens in the squad, but
Yeah.
so I have decided that I'm going to wait until after this block to give you my projected score.
All right. I am not. I'm going to take the under on 400. If you told me 393, because we already got 2 people there, I might bet the green 000.
Yeah, typical male.
And push.
Lee, would you mind running down who we have on the screen for us? Looks like we got Eddie Bird and Tom Hess, and we've got Cameron Doyle, Packy Hanrahan. And who do we have just next to him?
We have Andy Stone. And I got to find the sheet. So Heston Bird, Doyle, and Hanrahan. Next to them, Tyler Meyer, Kenny Phillips Jr., with Adam Johnson and Andy Stone. We have 3 Johnsons on this squad.
We got 4 in the booth.
I would lay odds on which Johnson is going to finish the highest of the Johnsons, but I think we all wouldn't really want to bet on that.
We had 3 Browns on the same pair last.
How about a Johnson and Johnson sponsorship? Ooh. But that wouldn't go over well in bowling because baby powder goes over like a lead balloon.
Oh, hand sanitizer though would be perfect.
Okay, hand sanitizer.
Hand sanitizer would be perfect.
Disinfectant spray, maybe.
Johnson & Johnson hand sanitizer is back.
So Packy's facial expressions this squad here have been interesting.
He has a really hard time getting the ball to go through the pins here. Last year for the first 4 games, he was minus.
Yep. I sat there and watched him. He crossed with Brad Brooks and Corey Smith last year, and I watched pretty much all 8 games. And yes, he struggled quite a bit. I think last year they were still able to get to plus 350, 360, but yeah, it just wasn't quite good enough.
Helena in the chat letting us know that Eddie Bird's not wearing warm-up pants or jogging pants or track pants. He's actually wearing normal pants today. He dressed up for the occasion.
Looks like Tom didn't have to go change pants like he did at, was that Springfield? He had to go change into a different color shorts?
Yeah, because I didn't like the way they matched his outfit.
So he wore jeans this time. He didn't want anybody just really complaining too much.
All right, I'm going to slow this one down. This is some pretty interesting pin action out of Hess. Let's watch the replay. I want everybody to watch the 6 pin.
Another one of those stingers.
Wow.
I think Packy's trying to make it strike now. This place is pretty dusty, guys.
Dusty?
Yeah, it's pretty dusty. You sure it's this place, or was it like this beforehand? Yeah. What's the odds on the equipment being like this beforehand, or is this place?
No
Over
chance.
under?
No
No
chance.
chance.
Yeah, this equipment is sealed in airtight containers, designed for travel,
For travel?
and it is unpacked, tested, cleaned, sanitized, and repacked at the end of every event.
With Johnson & Johnson's disinfectant spray,
That-
might
that-
I
Well, not
add.
right now. If they want to sponsor the events, then I'll start buying their brand.
Oh, Andy Stone trips out the 4-6-10 one at a time.
Who's this guy on 36?
Storm Coolwick. That's the name on his shirt. That's what we'll go with.
Eddie and Tom Hess are in what position?
'29th. Tied for 28th. 134.
134 over after 4. And I remind you guys, the scores are only after 4, so we're going to be getting an update here pretty soon.
You're pretty optimistic.
He's been listening to us compliment the
Yeah.
staff for getting the scores out.
Yeah.
He knows what's up.
Hey, you know, I understand. I know how much fire you can come under, you know, being in the tournament room, trying to get scores out, and then Mike coming and peeking his head in every 30, every 15.
Every tournament director hates it when I come. Every time I
Hey.
walk in, they go, yeah? What's up?
I can honestly say that he only walked over to me twice, my last tournament, and it was both both within the first two, the first game, I believe.
Yeah.
Came over twice and asked me for a list of where everybody was bowling, and then I forgot, and he came back again like 15 minutes later.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not perfect, but I sure try to be close.
Hey, Mike Sue Hess is in the chat, and I think she'd like to see Tom smiling.
Last, wow.
I don't know. I just think she'd like to see Tom smiling.
Well, here's your request and dedication. There they are, a couple happy guys bowling together today. You want to talk about a guy that matches up in this building is Cameron Doyle.
Definitely.
His ball roll's perfect for this building.
He lives on this side of the river now. I know he's in this area, but isn't it
Somewhere around here. Yep.
somewhere over here? Yeah.
Well, we do have a ton of viewers right now. I think this is a good opportunity to thank our title sponsor, Hammer, for sponsoring this event, and thank Matt Schellebarger for allowing us to continue to come to this bowling center. There's not many centers we can fit in. This is one of them, and to displace open play revenue and cold weather revenue is outstanding. Their commitment to competitive bowling. So thank you, Matt and staff here at St. Clair Bowl, and to Jerry and April in the office.
to all of you for watching at home and all the players that come from over 40 states to bowl this tournament. And also, if you would like to take advantage of the sale that we're running on Inside Bowling and support the stream, you can use coupon code HOLIDAY through the end of the weekend. That will save you 20% on your order, and you will get them before Christmas. We have over 500 t-shirt and hoodie designs, and that's a way you can support the stream. And if that doesn't work for you and you wouldn't like to support in that way, you can just subscribe to our YouTube channel, tell your friends, and like this video. That will do just as well.
Mike, I know I doubled down on you earlier whenever you talked about your title sponsor here. Something that I learned as a tournament director in another person's bowling center was watching from the tournament office out the window when I had their lanes all full with my senior bowlers. And there's this family coming in, two of them pulling a bowling bag, one, single ball bags on wheels and stuff like that, but they're all coming in and they're all joking and laughing, and they walk into the bowling center and they go up to the counter and they find out there's not going to be lanes available that day because we've got the whole place booked for a tournament. And the looks on their faces leaving the bowling center was nothing close to what the looks on their faces were when they walked in to the bowling center. And so we sent them away disappointed, and they're doing that here with their regular customers on an entire weekend while we do this. And that is a big sacrifice for them. It's a calculated risk because you tell people no when they go away, do they ever come back?
Yeah.
You got to think about that.
Yeah, and a tip on that too, when you are overbooked or you have stuff going on and you have people that want to come in and spend money at your facility, that is an excellent time as a proprietor to offer those folks a few free game passes that are limited to when you can use them. During off-peak times in the winter and in the summertime, maybe that's when it's available on the weekends even because it's a little bit slower.
Sure.
You can have those people leave with a very good taste in their mouth and say, they were booked then, but they were completely understanding. And all you want the customer to say, and Robert Farrell taught me this with the Give 'em the Pickle training series, is I'll be back.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
That's all you can ask for. Even if they have a bad experience, if they say, it was a horrible experience, but, we'll be back, or I'll be back. That's all you want.
Yeah.
Customer service is everything.
Now, today they can refer customers to the sister center, Bel Air, which is only
that is a nice convenience there, having another
So
center.
if somebody calls in today, that's the answer that they'll get. We're booked, but Bel Air is available. Now, last night that wasn't the case because they have their own leagues.
Right.
Now, I think one major part of that is really getting it out on your business page, your Facebook page, and let's say you have Twitter and Instagram. Getting it out that you have a tournament coming in. There's not going to be any lanes available, and letting people know ahead of time. Putting up signs, putting up flyers, and everything, letting them know, especially when you have a sister center, that all the traffic is going to be directed there. We apologize for the inconvenience, and just like Mike said, if someone didn't see that and they come in, hey, send them away, in the best way possible to just let them know that we still care about their business and we want to work our hardest to continue to gain their business. So, that's definitely one thing in which you have to look at. And that's one thing in which I've ran into running tournaments on. I run tournaments mainly on Sundays, and I'm in there for 2 squads. So by the time I leave, it's around 2:30 to between 2:30 and 3:30, and that's when a lot of families like to get out of church and then they come to bowl and everything. So one thing in which I do for my centers, and I pretty much have a lot of the bowlers that bowl my both my events, I announced that, hey, would you guys please get your bowling equipment out of the pits? You know, we have people that come in, start assigning lanes and everything. Could you take your equipment to your cards so they can actually assign those lanes? Because my thing is, I want to make it. It's a lot better you hearing it from your tournament director.
Oh, yeah.
You know, making that announcement instead of you having the manager or an employee of the tournament of the center making that statement. Because now bowlers are like, man, we just got done. Like they're just trying to rush us up out of here. No, it's a lot of times just about that bottom dollar. Like, I'm so thankful and grateful that people. Looks like we have a 300 on lane 3 and 4.
Yep, George Gohagen.
I'm so grateful that the proprietors allow me to come inside their center. So anything in which I can do to continue to boost revenue for those proprietors, if it's just making a single small announcement, why not do that? You know, why not do the best you can to help your proprietors, you know, continue to prosper and continue to have a thriving business.
We did have some folks asking for us to switch over to the other pair for a moment. What are the scores posted on the left pair? What scoring pace there?
440 and 461.
Okay. Man, they are bouncing those cameras good down there.
Well, Mike, I want to thank you for inviting me into the chat. I'm going to get up out of here. Got some guys I need to go see and help out, make sure they stay lined up. I want to thank you for having me in. You know, it's definitely an enjoyment, and I'll be giving you a call within the next week. You know, scheduling some things so we can talk over some things.
Sounds good.
It was also great meeting you guys. It was wonderful.
Yep.
It was great meeting you too as well, Lee. You know, you're the typical male, so it's amazing.
Isn't it good to have him?
I love it.
Isn't it good to have him back?
It is amazing to have Lee back. We always enjoy his commentary. You know, just the typical male. I love it. I completely love it. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. You're so welcome. We actually are looking forward. Will you be here next year?
I'll be here as long as I'm invited.
Well, you know, I think you're gonna definitely get that invite back.
All right.
You know what? Let's bring you down to Nightmare. I think you would be perfect to come down to Nightmare doubles and just hop on the live stream because Mike does it by himself mostly there. So yeah, just come on down. You know, might as well. It'll be very, very, very fun. You know, enjoyable. I think you would love it. You'll get a chance to come see. You'll get a chance to come see a tournament in action, and I think you would love it.
Where is Nightmare?
Memphis. It's in Memphis.
All right. Not too far.
It's not too far.
Just put on your blue suede shoes and board the plane.
I'll drive.
You can touch down in the land of the Delta Blues.
It's fun. It's fun. I think you'll enjoy it. It'll be fun. And besides, you know, we always need a typical male, you know, on the commentary. You know, it's enjoyable.
All right. Price just went up. Corkies.
Price just went up?
Yep.
Price just went up? Oh. Sorry, Lee, you can't come. I want to apologize. We just don't need too many more typical males, you know. You know what? Let me get out of this before I really just step my foot in my mouth, you know. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, man. That is, he's number one, Dennis. There you go. Oh, that was fun. That was great. I enjoyed that. Yeah, please. We got to start getting a cut score put together. We got to get things back in order here.
I'll put him in touch with my people. Get scheduled.
Your people and his people will get together. Maybe you guys can do lunch.
That's the idea.
Winding down on game number 6. 2 to go. Packy has figured out how to get his ball to go through the pins,
He has.
which you would expect from the consummate professional that he is.
He's got some PBA league experience. Packy.
He's got some television experience too.
Yes. Well, PBA league is on television. But yes, he has been on TV outside of that. $4.29 for Eddie Bird and Tom Hess. Two to go. There's a mute button.
There is. I learned about it yesterday.
Sure is.
That's way easier than moving the whole knob up and down.
Yeah.
It is, but the transition of it going up and down is more soothing to the viewer's ears than an abrupt stop. But it's still doable.
Can you imagine Mike and $2 Phil doing a stream together in the chat? Oh my God.
Why? Why do you say that?
Well, that's what it says. I'm just reading it. I'm reading the.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm reading the comment.
Can you imagine Mike and $2 Phil doing a stream together? Oh my God. What does that mean, Donnie? I need some more further explanation. Like, it would be gold. It would be great. We would drive each other crazy. What would it be? Would it be the best commentating crew ever, or the biggest train wreck you ever seen in your life?
It sounds like nowhere in between.
And would you invite Lee in?
No. Nope. Would not. All right, so games. Let's see. What do we got? We got the second channel going underway down there. I guess we can bring it into the orange guys and the guy in the same track jacket he's been wearing for a week. I feel good about our projected cut score.
It's looking pretty good right now.
Still waiting on Game 5 standings, but they'll be here sooner than later. 2 to play. Let's go ahead and get the 3D plane going here. And
38 qualifying games down, 2 left. To make our
that's a good point.
Cut squad of 46 plus 12 more that will cash. I don't think they have that expression after their last game.
No, what is this?
This happened yesterday
What is
too.
This noise.
Now it's gone.
They all look over here at the booth like we did it, so then I start looking around too, like what's going on here.
And then a number of times this weekend, people have bumped the light switch that is right behind there.
Okay.
Or there's another one right over there. And then everybody looks around and
Light switch from, and what are those controls?
the lights above us.
Really?
Signs on the head, lights on the floor indicate you towards your nearest exit. It may be behind you.
Queen and Adcock are on 35 and 36. Guess we'll go over there since they've won the tournament twice.
Yep. Where were they after 1?
After 1.
Well, I'm just being sarcastic.
They were in the building.
This is the last update we have.
32nd at 117. So they would need to go almost 300 over for the back half, which they're more than capable of. But
We need Magnus American Style Johnson crunching the numbers. Yes, that was hilarious. That was on Flow last year. American Style. So I'll tell this story to those that don't know this, that weren't subscribed to Flow. So I called almost all the PBA action last year on Flow, and I had a really good time doing it. And they sent in the lane talk guy. His name is Magnus Johnson, okay? But he's from Sweden. And he's got an extreme accent. And I love it. I love it. So he comes in, and I've never met him before. So, hey, everyone, I'm here from Lane Talk. I'm here with Magnus Johnson. But I got to ask first, Magnus, is your last name, forgive me, is it Johnson or like Jonsson? I don't know. I don't travel outside of the country. I'm not good with language barriers. And I want to say your name right. He goes, oh, no, you have correct. It is Johnson. American style Johnson. And I go, American style Johnson. Magnus American style Johnson. I said, that is your new name. And I had people coming out of the woodwork texting me, I love this, American style Johnson. So then people were requesting every day, when is American style Johnson going to join the booth for Lane Talk stats? We did it every day. It was awesome. And we're buddies now, me and Magnus Johnson. But I don't know. Sometimes you have people come, and I mess up names all the time. And
right.
I wanted to make sure it wasn't Jonsson. I just wanted to pronounce it properly.
Right.
Just being very polite. And when he said, no, it's American style. It was classic. And Chuck must have been watching. What's the scores looking like after 4 squads? Well, if you're looking for a projected cut and a projected cash number, look on the bottom left-hand side of the screen. And as far as at the top, the top bowlers, we'll update you with that in a little bit. We did not too long ago bring up all the scores from the first 4 squads combined. Kind of shocking to see Adcock leave a 2-pin combination here this late in the block coming through this bay.
Well, his first shot went through the nose on lane 36 and left the 3-6-10, so Queen also crossed over on his first, or actually crushed through it, not quite a full crossover, but let's see what he does. What's going on out on 33? We had someone get out into the heads. Early in the day, he might have drowned. Not so much anymore.
Jesse Scrivens. I've always liked Jesse Scrivens. Good dude.
Where does Sphero get the acceleration from? Holy cow, can that be through the ball fast?
The first time I watched Pharrell Williams bowl was in 1996 in Reno, Nevada. I went out to bowl the Junior World Team Challenge. I bowled with Mike Loring, who has since passed away from cancer, from this area, by the way. Also bowled with Art Brown and Jason Jones from Normal, Illinois, Bloomington area, actually. And we all bowled that event. And while we were out there, Pharrell Williams was bowling, and I'd never seen him bowl before. And he looked like Belmo back then, and he was my age. This dude was sending pins everywhere. He hooks it less now than he did back then. The power that he has is unbelievable. And his passion for bowling is his best quality. And he cares about people. Everybody's made mistakes. You know, Pharaoh's done a few things over the years that have rubbed some people the wrong way. But, hey, 42% of the audience can't stand listening to me. So I'm with you. No problem. I love Pharaoh.
Where'd you get that stat from? Did you do a poll while I was gone?
I've done 17 polls, and I've averaged all the stats against each other in a Google Doc.
Okay.
Google Sheet online. That's where I stand. 42% of the audience doesn't like me. 58% does. Which is very close to Howard Stern numbers. His 5th year at WNBC. WNBC. You seen Private Parks? Great movie.
But there's another one where the ball just never even thought about facing up.
Nope.
And a 2-pin combination again. Flippy?
Well, you got to do so much to get the ball down the lane that it's just kind of puking.
You're almost falling down over the foul line, waiting for the ball to do something and for 3 feet.
Yeah.
It's a slow motion 3 feet at the break point where it never does what it's supposed to do. So. Well, I wouldn't want to shoot that spare for a living on this pattern right now.
I think every 3-5 combination I shot at last night was on a ball change. They're not fun anyway because they're so easily choppable. I picked them, but I'd rather not.
If I go and get a feather duster, would one of you guys mind dusting off my entire head?
I'm sure Lee would do it.
I'll get one with the long pole.
I'm sure Lee would do it.
No, I think we would find somebody who would.
I can taste the dust on my lips, and I feel it in my hair. My hair gel is working overtime right now.
I didn't use any product today.
No product for you today?
No. My sister cut my hair yesterday, and I even sent her a text this morning and said, nice good job on the haircut. So she did a good job.
It shows that you don't have any product in today. I can tell.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's throwing a little bit. Yeah. How the hell do you have more hair than I do?
I don't know.
Pisses me off. Not happy about it at all.
I'll have a full head of white hair whenever I pass. It'll be that. It always, my dad did.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you
My
this.
grandpa did.
Okay. All right. I don't want to get religious here or anything, but I do believe in a higher power. I don't know that person's name. I don't know if it's a he, she, dinosaur, object. I don't know what this God is. I really have no idea what it is or what the maker of all of us are. I have no clue how any of that works. I really don't, because I don't necessarily believe in written books written by man that have been passed down millions of years. So I just don't believe in all that stuff, really. But I do believe in a higher power and a God of some sort. And I pray to that God, and I do have faith in that situation. And there are some written teachings that one day God will come down and will take everyone with him. What do you think the chances are that the three of us will not die ever, and instead we will be alive during the time when that higher power comes and just takes us all, and we won't have to die? You ever thought about that?
The three of us?
Yeah, the three of us. Is it less than 1%?
I would say less than 1%.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I got it at like 2.3%.
So you agree with me?
Can't say I've ever thought about it.
I mean, everybody says when I die. if you have faith, you may not die. It just may not happen. Just throwing it out there.
It is inherently unknowable. Therefore,
this is for you guys.
I'll try and focus on things that are knowable, like scores after Game 5. After 5 games, A.J. Johnson and Steven Jarvis 459 over. In second, Partle and Bogacki Jr. Well, Partle Jr. and Bogacki Jr. 449. Taylor and Morris 446. Horns and Gohagen 409. You can get some Formula 409 to clean the equipment. Baker and Sweet 373. Johnson and Barda 370. Haggett and Mayberry 344. Taylor and Thomas 316. Corbin and Dino 311. Cook and Adams 290.
Nice spare there.
So now we are under, Dennis. We're 9 teams averaging 230 after 5.
How many teams are
Averaging 225 because your cut is
How many average?
450?
it's 230, right?
Yeah, so how many teams are at
227 and a half is what I think you got it projected as right now.
At 227 and a half, we have 11, but there's 2 teams at 227.4, so we'll call it 13. How many teams are at 225? That is 16.
And that's the cut. That's the cash length, right? 400.
400.
Yeah.
So using that, 38 and 16 would be 54, therefore putting the cut under 400. If everybody who's currently averaging 225 remains averaging 225 or better, 404 over would be in 54th. Therefore, you need to count 4 more teams.
And what do we got right now as the pacing number for 46?
46, we were looking at
How many again are at 400? 30,
35.
35, or I'm just the combined squads.
Yes, 35 were at 430 or better, which is an average of 227.06. There are currently 14 teams averaging that high.
So our
So that would
our
be
440s.
Yeah, so that would be 449 teams. Therefore, the number must be higher.
So our 440 is still looking okay.
I would expect the scores to moderate just a pinch as they have for the last few squads. So that is Mike, I agree 440 is very appropriate. Unlike Tom Adcock's 8-pin. That was inappropriate.
Tom has got he's stung on this pair right now.
So yeah, I would say 440 and 390 something.
Cameron and Packy, I think, made the flip to the other end. They are down on like 5 and 6. We're behind 36 and 37. Jason Queen has got 5 in a row. Any 300s today?
So this morning we had Brandon Mooney. which was unreported. This squad, Chad Roberts and Kyle Mayberry in game 2. And we got a report that George Gohagen had won in game 6. He has not come to visit us, so.
He's focused on the bowling.
Well, he also did it on like 3 and 4, so he's still.
Yeah.
He's coming this way. He'll get there, or at least close enough. Takes a little bit of effort to get from lane 3 all the way down to lane 38. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, coming through.
6-pack.
There's a balk.
Something caught him out of his eye to the left.
Yep, and
I think it was this rack.
36 has dropped pins a few times.
Who's bowling on 37 and 38? Doug Hymos.
So that would be all the way at the beginning. Doug Hymos, his teammate is Chris Shipman. Brandon Pierce with Joey Kriswanos. I hope I got that right.
I'm told by one of my buddies, Jerome Simpson, that Brandon is from the Columbia area.
Or if you apply the Krzyzewski principle to Joey's last name, I would be very wrong.
George Gohagen III, it's been reported he has a front 9 again.
Ooh. That's why he hasn't come down. He's slightly occupied. Got a couple strings on the bonus pair, 43 and 4. Not full strings, but long strings, 6, 7 in a row. We're a little off sequence again.
A string is a string, Lee.
7 baggers are always welcome.
I see myself out there once in a while in the way somebody else throws a bowling ball, only in the fact that I can't get the ball right anymore either. You know, I just can't get it there. And I try and try and try, and it just doesn't go there. All the tricks, breaking my wrist back. Changing my target on a lane.
Is Jason Queen 50 yet? I don't think he is. Because I think I stepped in shit this summer. I was out walking my dog and wasn't looking. No.
Oh. Wow.
Because I think I went up to Adcock and said, "Why the hell isn't Queen out here?" And he looked at me and goes, "Mike, he's not 50." I'm like,
okay.
No, that's a pretty good reason. I guess I just called Queen old. I just associate those two together.
Yeah, I know.
I feel like they're just two peas in a pod, and that they can bowl everything together.
Well, yeah. I mean, they can be two peas in a pod. One pea's just older than the other one.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah, you got a double. That's 2 doubles, though.
Most used ball today, probably, if we look at some of our lower place teams, they've probably thrown the most frames with 2 balls.
Yep.
So probably those people.
Lee was making a comment, though it was the offset.
Well, I've seen a lot of hammer 3D offset attacks, and I've seen a lot of storm fates. I think, and they're very similar in color.
I haven't seen many. I haven't seen the storm fates today that I saw yesterday, but I did see that yesterday quite a bit too.
When I took a walk down to the low end, I saw a lot more of them.
That offset has been a very, very nice looking bowling ball going down the lane.
I don't know what's going on with my Twitter account for Inside Bowling, but it is absolutely whacked.
Are you shadow? What do they call it?
Incognito mode.
Well, no, but I mean they called it. It was part of the censoring. I'm wondering if you're censored, Mike.
I don't know what it would be for.
Too much smiling from Tom and Eddie.
I mean, our account is there, but we haven't been able to update anything on Twitter because of our Twitter account. They make this thing so hard sometimes.
Who's they?
Internet people. Oh, login down at the bottom. Only login is at the top.
Elon.
Could be.
Well, good grief. Tom Adcock just turned that game into 2-team. With his partner.
So they were in 32nd on this squad after 5 at 163. They can punch off this game for 502, which would be 265, plus whatever they had in game number 6. So we'll just, pick a random number. If they were 40 over, they need 500. They can do that.
You need to do a thank you.
Oh. Lil Pad or Two Pad or I don't know how to say that name, but Lil Pad giving a little $20 tip. A couple beers after the tourney on me. Mike, thanks for making this such an amazing event. You are the best in the business. Well, that's very nice of you to say. Thank you very much. And
You're going to snip that.
I'm not going to argue with you.
Still only 4 people like that.
It's the same screenshot, Lee.
Eric, I'm going to butcher your last name. I don't know if it's Decker or Ducker or what. I'm going to go ahead and just go with
Eric.
Eric, if that's good. Do I oversee the Jeffco USPC? No, sir, I do not. Your association president is Lynn Turnipseed, and your association manager is Terry Signego. Terry is also one of the proprietors at Imperial Bull. So if you need to get a hold of somebody about that association, that's the route that I would go.
I was told that
Here we go.
Packing Hanrahan just had 300 down on 3 and 4.
I heard Gohagen had his also on 3 and 4.
We got standings in the booth after 6. I do not have them online yet.
Here we go.
And I got to go swap a game graphic. It looks like I forgot to do it on the other stream.
Might as well just go to game 8, right?
Yep.
I was going to say, yep.
Here we go. Dennis.
Hi.
Jarvis and Johnson remain in first at 552. Had a 490 that game. Pardo and Bogacki still in second, 548. Also shot 490. Horns and Gohagen have advanced to third at 522. Taylor and Morris fourth, 515. Break fifth, Johnson and Barda, 440. Break. Corbin and Dino, 6th, 389. Haggett, Mayberry, 373. Baker and Sweet in 8th at 383. Mars and Davis moving up 9th, 362, rounding out your top 10 on this squad. Taylor and Thomas 356, but 11th, Doyle and Hanrahan 352. We just heard Packy shot 300.
So that's going to, hopefully, if his partner did anything for him, that's going to jump them up into what would be 5th place on this squad right now.
Something like that.
Assuming.
So.
And when you assume, Lee, you know.
Yeah, it's never good.
Yeah.
So 12th place on this squad is averaging 228, which is over a 430 pace. 14th on this squad, Clayton Spink, averaging 226.58, which is below.
And that's another team that we haven't seen. I haven't seen Danny Spink down here bowling. What the heck?
I was watching. They were on the TV pair when Corquise was in.
Okay.
They were over on the left.
I wasn't paying attention.
So 13th place on this squad, Dennis, is Ray and Slawbaugh. They are on a 430 pace. So that would be 13 and 35 is 48, putting the number above 433. So 440 is probably still about right.
Close.
And then we move down a little bit further. So 18th place is above 391. So it has to be higher than that. And so right now 18 and 39 is 57. The cut would be right at 404 for the cash number.
Okay.
38 and 18.
Okay.
If everyone keeps bowling
If
what they
keeps
have,
bowling like they are right now.
we're looking at 404.
Yep. Brian Jolly asking if I was affiliated with Jackson High School bowling program at one time. I am still their coach. And if I get home tomorrow night in time, we will have a practice.
Yeah.
I don't know if that'll happen or not. We're going to try to play tomorrow by ear and see what happens, but it's a possibility.
Yep, just starting game 8 and finishing 7, depending on where we're at.
So I'm going to hang with the graphic until either Mike gets back down here or we actually do start game 8, and I'll fix it.
That sounds like a good plan. Let's look at some other notable teams here. So right now, we've got Clayton and Spink. We just talked about 14th at 319. Higgins and Roberts, 16th at 309. Perez and Rice, 17th, 306. Adcock and Queen were at 254, but Jason Queen did not finish his 290.
Yeah, I didn't see what it was.
He left a 10 pin, first ball in the 10th. I'm going to assume he picked that, so they're going to shoot about 480, moving them at about 330. So they need about 70 over and maybe a little bit more. 80 over, I'd feel really good about their chances.
And they're moving down to not so bad. It was
43 and 4.
43 and 4.
Generally a pretty good, if you're going to have to pick a pair down there to finish on, that's a good one.
I was scared when they were leaving here because I thought they'd have to go all the way down to 49 and 50. I was thinking that, and they wouldn't want to finish there, that's for sure.
The way the skip procedure works, the last jump isn't as severe as many of the others.
That would be these guys then on 39 and 40 that are going to have to go down there and bowl on that pair. No.
It's 3 pairs in front. So 1, 2, 3.
And they're already gone.
Yeah.
So
looks like they've already started on 49 and 50.
I don't know if they're coagulated down there yet or not.
So again, looking at if scores hold up at current pace, somewhere around 440 for a cut squad and a cash number of slightly above 400. There is a number on the sheet, Blake and Carter at 404. That very well could be the number. Other teams that
It's always nice to be in the clubhouse
it is.
with a number like that.
Other teams that need some two big games. Marsala and Taylor 246. Bird and Hess 227. Hester and Barnes 213. Sanders and Cook 180. Westner and Kahn 256. So all those teams can certainly get to 4 something.
For something.
Or you can just think,
So Packy's on the front 11 down there. Goes and makes a ball change. We had that high flush.
And he was having one hell of a time on this carry. He ball went through the pinch, but then he figured something out. And the last 6 on this carry he was with. And then through 300.
We're now going into 8 here. Swap that out.
yep. So if Packy just shot 300 and he finished with the back 6, that's, just a nice, cool, clean 18-bagger.
Well, Jeremy just told me that he had the front 11 and switched balls.
Oh,
And through 300.
Split the 8-9.
So
From 2 zones farther in.
test shot.
That's not on all that uncommon anymore.
But not all the other tournaments that these guys get to bowl have a Christmas present
That's true.
online.
There's your standings after 6. I know we called them out a little while ago, but I want people to have the opportunity to be able to look at it, take a screenshot if they want.
Yeah, again, for reference, we're projecting a cut of about 440 and a cash number slightly above 400 at current pace. Back here, we get to score watch all we want.
Yep.
That's part of the gig.
Brian, we're looking around at a lot of stuff right now. I see your second comment there, the fact that the program was just getting started about 8 years ago. Actually, I think we were organizing in 2016. Our first year of actual conference competition down there was 2017. And we still had conference during the COVID years, but we didn't have a state competition during that period of time. So 2 years off at state.
When is your state tournament? What part of the year?
It's the first weekend of May.
Okay.
And my conference competition is January and February. So, Mike, I will have, if we win the conference again, I'll have a good 2 months of practice with just the team that I'm probably going to take to state.
No,
After the fact.
no tournaments, no.
Well,
I mean, they can bowl their own
they
stuff,
bowl
right?
Other stuff. Yeah, they bowl other stuff. And I go with them a lot of times to like the JBCs and stuff like that in St. Louis. I'll be out of town with them and the ones that actually go do that. And most of the team that will probably be on the A team have already started bowling most of the, they'll get up there and they'll bowl against tougher competition than we've got down in our area. So,
By the way, in case you were curious, I was doing the math down there with Tom Hess. They're 308 over with a game to go. And they
In good spirits?
still in good spirits, but they're going to need like
500.
510.
510, they'd feel better about it.
to cash.
500 still got a chance.
Yeah, they want to make the cut, obviously.
That would require 550. Maybe 540. 550 for some
they're
cushion.
308 over, so. Going into game 8, if we introduce the players on the left side of the screen. Ryan Sidney, Matthew
Will Height,
yeah.
Gene Perez, and A.J. Rice.
Yeah. Who will be coming in next to them on 37 and 8? Did somebody just drop some vegetables on a hibachi grill?
Maybe a walk.
All right, to the right of Perez and Rice, we'll have Jason Hester, Chad Barnes, Joe Lishner, and Chris Watson.
All right.
And that's everybody.
Yep, then on 29 through 32, looks like I see Zach Wilkins over there. And Ari Wilson. I see Brad Brooks, Jerry Mars. So we'll probably be starting tonight's semifinals, maybe like around 7:15.
The announced time was 7:30, so I would assume we'll go with that.
Okay.
I would imagine most people that are in have a chance to make it are probably here watching right now anyways, hanging around.
If you're safely in, you might just be watching on the live stream, getting the added benefit of color commentary.
Extra rest.
And that too.
Adam and Liz are 516 over after 7.
Nice 476 from them that game. Ho hum.
Andrew was in a pretty good mood today too, wasn't he?
He was.
Although he said he's signing up for brackets as Andre Anderson tonight.
What number are they at?
Who?
Andrew Anderson.
468.
Okay.
They're in a three-way tie at 468.
With two other people? Or two other teams?
Yes. Lambert and Wolf, and then Fa and Jasinski, all at 468. Two of them will cross together. Unless we have another one at 468. I'm sure there's a sorting tiebreaker for lane assignments. Essentially what's going to happen, is that, so for every squad, when the teams checked in, they drew for lanes, for their starting lane. At the end of this, the only team that will draw is the team in the lead.
And that will be where they start.
And that will be where they start, and then we'll just go in order to the right all the way to the end and then come back if we have to. So the first game is essentially a position round with no bonus pins. Tomorrow we'll have 30 bonus pins for every match.
Gene Perez and A.J. Rice through 6 games. We're at 304 over. 306 over, excuse me.
Yep. They're pacing in that 47 to 58 spot.
We're in game 8, guys.
Yeah, and I'm not sure we're going to get game 7 before game 8 is complete.
Right.
To kind of call out, hey, here's where we're at. And
Well, consider, I mean, these pairs just got done, and so will they have somebody down here like waiting for those scores to get done, or are they going to have to go to catch them at their new lanes? How are they doing that?
yeah, I'm not real sure.
Larry was just behind us. Lead score runner, Larry Hargrove, ably assisted by a team of 3, depending on what squad we're on.
Semifinals tonight, cutting down to 46, 232 down to 46 tonight. 58 cash.
And when we say cash, it's righteous. $800, right?
Yeah, 800. You double your money.
Yep.
I was actually helping Jerry with a prize list. I don't know if this is what he's going to go with. But basically, I had written it up as the last 4 spots get 800. The next 4 spots get 810. The next 4 spots get 820. Next 4 spots get 830. Next 4 spots get 840. Next 4 spots 850. Next 4 get 860. Next 4 get 870. Next 4 get 880. Next 4 get 890. Then it goes 900, 910, 920, 930, 940, 950. Then the top 12, you're guaranteed 1,000. 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 1,500. Sixth is 2,500. Fifth, 3,500. Fourth, 4,500. Third, 5,000. Second, 6,000. And first, 10,000. He asked me to put together a prize fund, and that's how I drew it up. I was off like $500. I was $500 short, so he would have to put it somewhere in here. But that's what I came up with. I don't know how you would structure a prize fund, Dennis. I don't know if you would go 10,000, 5,000, then 4 and down. And
to be honest with you, no, I wouldn't. I mean, I've seen it where they cut first place in half and give it to second. But if you were talking about what would I do with the extra 500 now, after you've moved all that money down into the middle, I'd give it to second place. I'd go 6,500.
Okay.
Because then you got a 3,500 drop from first to second. You got a 1,500 drop from second to third. You got a 1,000 or a $500 drop from third to fourth.
Yeah, I would go the opposite. I would add spots in the middle so that there's a bigger. So right now, $1,000 was 12th place, and $800 was 46th or was 58th. It's really not that big of a spread.
So
I would try to.
What you would do with $500 and you've got to go through all of those places, you're not going to affect them more than like $20 a spot. It's $10 a person at that point. I mean, my grandpa, I mean, and I know we're on cable, so I can say it, but my grandpa would have said you might as well piss in the ocean for as much good as that would do.
You're also assuming though I wouldn't make any other changes.
Well,
I haven't looked at it.
I didn't assume anything, Lou.
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 Keep digging.
Lee might do something like 900 for 18th, 9.25 for 17th, 950 for 16th, 975 for 15th, 1,000 for 14th. But the problem is you go too many more spots to bump it up like that, and you're out of money.
You're out of money.
It's only $500.
Exactly. It's only $500, and that's why I was saying that it would make the biggest difference on second place if you put it in, because it's $250 a piece. I'm also pretty anal with my prize list, Mike. I would.
You're all about the numbers between.
It's not that. It's not. I mean, I look at that specifically, but I also would make it divisible easily by 2. So I would never go like 25s.
Yep.
I'd go 20s or 40s or something like that. So easily, and then you don't have to do quarters and all that. Or
So you would go 1,000, 6,500, 5,000, 4,500, 3,500, 2,500, 1,500, 4,000. That's kind of where it kind of goes, right?
I think so. That's what I would do.
Or you would bump first to 10,500.
No, I wouldn't do that.
No, 6,500.
I mean, I guess you could if you wanted to give first a little bit of a boost. But I think 10,000 on top in a tournament like this is really, really good, and there's no reason to give them. But the extra 250 a man for second place would make a difference.
Sure.
Down on 43 and 4. Unfortunately, Adcock and Queen have no doubles and a couple squares for splits. They gave themselves a chance.
Yep.
That whole pair looks rough on both sides.
Todd McGill says the prize fund is perfect. And that was just my recommendation to Jerry.
Yeah.
That just goes to show how much he values other people's opinions. And
Sure. I've got an executive committee at the state level, and we typically will, all the tournament directors will put together a proposed prize list and send it out just to get people's input on it, what it looks like, and we typically will make sure that we're not too far off of what we did last year as far as jumps in between spots and stuff like that. So
when you're typically doing that kind of stuff, is it a male?
it is typically a male, not a mill, but a male.
Here you go.
So that is what the cut is as of them having 2 games left.
Okay. So, Dennis, here's the requested list. So this is everyone, all squads, including this squad as of Game 6.
Got it. And they sorted it by
plus minus.
Very good.
So 56th place was 373. Sorry, 378.
56.
And circle the wrong one. 58th, 371. 46th was 45th and 46th at 393. So again, that assumes everybody on this squad goes even the last 2, which we know won't happen.
Right. Interestingly, El Bolo Loco in the chat says, don't you just give last place their entry back? And I would say, yeah, that's probably a pretty common thing that is done around the country in a lot of tournaments. They choose not to here. We've commented a number of times that we've got people coming from the West Coast to bowl this tournament. They fly in.
So this has 8 for everybody who's done and 6 who's not done.
Oh, so we're already in 45th. Y'all are in 39. These are the ones still bowling, right?
No, was 6. Anybody with 6.
Oh, everybody's 6. Oh, I thought there was 6. Holy shit. I thought that was 7. Damn. We are 39.
Our people come, especially this time of the squad, Dennis, they come look over our shoulder and want to know what we know, want to think what we think, want to hear what we think. People value our opinions, Dennis.
Okay, that's what I was just making sure you were looking at the right place.
436 is
Bowling.
they're hoping for some lower scores
Right.
the last two games.
So, question in the chat: bowling done after this for today? No, it is not. As a matter of fact, we will bring back the top 46. We're calling it the Contenders Squad or the Cashers Squad or
I was calling it the Cut Squad.
Cut
but
Squad.
Call it whatever you want.
Yep, they'll be back tonight to bowl 5 more games, and after that we cut to the top 12, and then we start tomorrow at 9 o'clock. David would like to know if we will have 2 streams on the final part tonight as well.
Yes, we will.
And tomorrow. All goes well tomorrow. You'll be able to watch every game. I mean, we'll flip back and forth on our main feed, but if you're on the last 4, that second feed will have you covered. Flip back and forth. Remind me, Dennis, were you Army or Navy?
Navy.
I'm sorry.
I think they've won the last 2 years. It was a pretty close game.
That has unfortunately fallen on this weekend, I think a few years in a row now. I always enjoyed watching Army-Navy, Army 20, Navy 17 in overtime, apparently. Have you ever had the chance to go to that game?
No. No, that's typically a pretty tough ticket to get from what I understand. They're all officers. I was enlisted. So Todd in the chat says 100% he needs to get out here next year and hang out and watch in person.
Come on out.
Todd, tell me, that's an interesting. I like the thought. What is it about this tournament that draws you here with us? I'd just like to hear what your perspective is. For BJ, as far as the standings, they will be up there. They'll be only as of game 6 for just this squad. You're asking for a specific team. You let us know who you're looking for. We can tell you where they are with 6 games in. As far as the rest of the group is concerned, we've got a combined standings here printed for us that's got 8 games for everybody else and 6 games for this squad, so we can see where they're at right now.
I would guess we'll get 7 here in a couple minutes. We might be out of bowling to watch by then.
That's what I mean.
We do have a front 8 on 45. Try and see who that is. That would be, I believe, Doug Hymos.
He seems to pull out a big game almost every year.
If I could be wrong about that. No, I think. Here we go. Thank you, sir. There's the combined.
Okay.
Game 7, this squad. Horns and Gohagen, 625. New leaders.
Nope, we got a
Partle and Bogacki,
Awesome.
606. Oh, got a Christmas present.
do it right here.
Who we got?
Here we go.
What's your name, sir?
I waited until the last game to do it.
Oh, you got the gaming headset and LED gaming. Yeah, that's what's in it.
Well, it's
Yep.
sealed.
Yep.
Gotta be what's in it.
Sweet, man.
Thanks, man. Good job.
Nice job. Appreciate it.
Congrats.
See you, Dennis.
Yep, see ya.
See you, man.
Who was that, Mike?
I just want to say thank you for all the stuff we do.
Oh, you got it. You got it, man.
Sure.
Thank you. All right. Seventh game scores. Horns and Gohagen, 625. Partle Bogacki, 606. Jarvis Johnson, 588. Taylor Morris, 562. Johnson Barta, 516. Break. Doyle and Hanrahan, 432. Haggett Mayberry, 430. Baker Sweet, 424. Time for ninth. Cook Adams, Corbin Dino. Twelfth place on this squad is averaging above, or is pacing above 433. That would be Mars and Davis in 12th. They're pacing 437. That would put the number at 436 to cut.
Which would be Holloman and Williams right now.
That is correct. I'll move a little bit further down here.
Just as an aside, right now, I realize there's a game to go and two of them are involved, but there's a three-way tie for 46 right now at 404. 46,
Yep.
47, and 48.
So the 16th place on this squad, which is Stone and Johnson, are pacing 395. So 16 and 39 is 55. 393 would be 56th and 57th. 391. See, right now the cash number actually declined a little bit, and it would be 39. It would be a tie at 391 for 58th place.
Declined or regressed?
It fell. It went down.
So you think right now the cash number is 391?
It would be a tie for 58th and 59th if everyone shot their average again.
And what do we think the 46 number is?
436.
Right now it is?
That's what he's saying.
If everybody
He's
shoots,
projecting on the game 8 what they're averaging right now for 7 games is what he's doing.
no,
436.
Yeah.
436 and 391. So
Okay.
again, at that cash number, you've got two teams already posted 391. You have two more teams posted at 393.
Looks like we got a possible 300 down there.
Yep. Who was the guy who just came in the booth, Mike? I did not know him.
Leata answered you the first
All right.
2 times you asked.
Question mark.
I'm not sure who that
Are you
was.
Tom Partle?
What's that?
Are you Tom Partle?
I'm not Tom
You're not
Partle.
Tom Partle. Okay, he said he asked 10 times, or no, he said hi 10 times this morning. We didn't see him, so I didn't see him.
All right.
Adam and Liz are 604
All right.
over.
Can we flip to the bonus pair? So it's just going to be off to the right. The ball will be thrown on 45 by Doug Hymos. Front 11.
Front 11 for Dougie, huh? $2.99.
$2.99. 7 stood.
I was going to say that looked like a smash 710.
The only pair running around here is 39 and 40.
So
They're
folks,
off camera.
our Twitter feed is broken. I don't know what's going on. We can't even we get in a loop on Twitter, so we can't tweet out the scores. But we will put it on Facebook as soon as we have the all squads combined score. We really think 436 and 391 is where we're pacing at right now for making the cut, which would mean out of the teams from earlier today, all squads combined. Can I see the all squads combined sheet? Oh, this is it. Oh, this is updated then. So as of right now, Bumgarner and Burns would be in, Shepard and Roseberry, Thompson and Buttriff, Horns and Gohagen, Partle and Bogacki, Martell and Garcia, Jarvis and Johnson, Thompson and Archer, Taylor and Morris, Sabalecki and Butts, Tackett and Tackett, Dole and Ogle, Bluford, Mapp Cunningham, Barrett and Bittenbender, Stubblefield and Fujita. Those are your top 15. Farish and Flora, Biondo and Pollock, Johnson and Barta, Wright and Mosley, Campos and Burdett, Mooney and Brown, Strait and Mayer, White and Trapesky, Jones and Hankins, Cragen and Oviatt, Hamilton and Lamp, McCarthy and Dickey, Cleveland and Lay, Butler and Zimmer, Withers and Stevens. That would be your top 30. Faw and Jasinski, Anderson and Gonzalez, Lambert and Wolf, Woods and Collins, McWethy and Vox, Glover, Outerbridge, Orff and Rodriguez at 447, Timmerman and Lamond at 443, Holloman and Kevin Williams, 436, Anderson and Barnwell at 433. Doyle and Hanrahan in the number right now, bowling the squad at 432. Haggett and Mayberry at 430 in the squad. Baker and Sweet at 424. That's 43rd. 44th is a dead number at 421. That's Lebinsky and Burks. 45th is a dead number at David and Hyman at plus 406. Then you got two alive numbers, both at 404. With a game to go, Corbin and Dino and Cook and Adams. Then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dead numbers between 404 and 391. You got a Clayton and a Spink hanging out in 54th at 389. Couple more dead numbers down to 383. You got Mars and Davis, 383. You got a 372 alive at Taylor and Thomas. You got a Jones and Jones at 370 alive. Perez and Rice at 363 alive. So I would anticipate your cut score 1, 2, 3. I think will jump in. I think your cut number is going to come down to about 421.
We'll see how everybody did in the last game.
I mean, if
we got one score report in. Barta and Johnson finished at plus 609. Adam was more than plus 400 on his own.
Okay, well, so we have a decision here to make. We can sign off the air and tell folks to go over to Facebook and wait for the official update, or we can stay on the air for anywhere between 15 and 25 minutes and make the call on here and then sign off the air. So I'm going to make the executive decision, and we're going to sign off the air.
All those in favor?
So we can get some things organized around here for ourselves and maybe grab a bite to eat for tonight's 5-game round of the Cashers round coming up, top 46. So we want to thank Hammer for being the title sponsor of this event. We want to thank Matt Schallebarger and the staff here at St. Clair Bowl here in Fairview Heights, Illinois. I want to thank our guests that came in and joined us during this block and all of the tournament. All the qualifying is now over. We turned the page. Our first cut, 232 teams down to 46 tonight. Action will start, I believe, at 7:30. We should be ready to go at 7:30
We should be
tonight
running
for
on
practice.
time, yep.
Yeah. And that's when the players were informed what time they needed to be here. Lee and Dennis, I can't thank you enough for being here. Remember, we do have a special over at InsideBowling.com. If you'd like to buy some Christmas gifts, you can save 20% with coupon code HOLIDAY. And year-round, you can also save right down over here with coupon code YouTube, 15%, and that's year-round. So stay tuned to Inside Bowling's Facebook page, facebook.com/Inside Bowling for the cut score. I'll get the other stream also scheduled for tonight. We'll have 2 channels for you. We're looking forward to it. Lee, Dennis, it's been a pleasure.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll see you later.
Well, that's why Lee's best in the business. That's how we go off the air here this evening. But I do got to tell the guys in the truck that they need to get this graphic going. Guys, thank you.